You guys all set?
Yeah.
Good morning. Today is November 8th, 2023. The time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this Board of Commissioners meeting to order. You do have your cell phones. Please silence them at this time. And if you would join me for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, join me for the invocation. Dear Lord, we just ask for your wisdom and your guidance, your protection. We thank you for this wonderful, beautiful county that we get to live in, the views that we have, the trees around us. We just ask that for your continued blessing upon this county and upon the people who reside here. Going forward to this meeting, I just pray, Lord, that you would intercede on our behalf and help us to behave in a manner that is worthy of you. I pray these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Kelly, can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Candace,
Here.
Commissioner Epp,
Present.
and clerk to the board, Kelly Camper present.
All right, and audience introductions.
James Gilbert.
Matt Miles, Richmond,
Joy Anderson, Nadine Peterson,
Vince Cook,
Doug Adams, Angie Comer,
John Van Horn,
Jessica Carson.
Michael Foster, Nancy Drummond, Nona, Planning and Zoning Director, and J.W. Robinson.
Thank you.
You betcha. Any amendments to the agenda?
Yes, could we bring IT's report to the front of the staff reports? He's got training. That's gotta go out, and I would imagine it'd be fine if it was just after or just before Road and Bridge. That'd be okay, Vernon?
Thank you. And then well, she's got the CSU at the bottom because that's going to be a written report anyway, so
Okay.
today, because reason being for some of that is there's a training going on that some of these people have to attend today. It conflicts with our meetings, so. Anything from you, sir?
Nope.
All right. No minutes today. Commissioner items, Commissioner Kanda.
Couple things, real quick. I'm scheduling up a meeting with the Justice Center for the company with the grant, and would like to pick a day that you all give me some times that you've got in the next couple of weeks. Send them to me, and I'll see what overlaps, and then I'll get everybody else. Will send out a notice to the rest of the people that are on the list. And see if we can't get that done.
We can send them to you after the meeting.
Yeah, anytime. Just give it to me, and we don't have to pick it right now. The airport tank for the Jet A was ordered. It fit. We went through that last time. I announced that they were ready to do it. And it fits in the budget that we got here that we set aside, as well as the grant money. So that's good news. And they lead time on it's going to be like 9 July or something by the time we see anything. It's parts and everything are hard to get. Crack seal, they started on it last Monday or Tuesday. And because the cracks were so big, they hadn't planned on, and I mentioned they had to use others. They had to use a lot more oil than they had. They ran out. So we opened up the airport, it's about 2/3 done with the crack ceiling, maybe half. And that's on back order too. So the oil will come, and when it does, we'll shut the airport down and finish it. And then it'll have to be restriped, with over the crack seal. That's been the plan all along. There's money to do that, and it should cover the overrun. I talked to Caitlin, the DOT aeronautics chief on it that's controlling our grant. We've got enough money to cover all that. The additional money to the county would be 10% of whatever their overrun is. So if it's $5,000, it'll be 10% of that, just as an example that we'll have to deal with at some point. I want to schedule this room for Brittany Peterson wants to come and have people just come and go. They usually had been doing it up there in the Silver Cliff Town Hall, and it was booked. I want to do it on the 14th. And I think and I'll get the exact time, but it's like from 1 to 4 or something like that in the afternoon.
Said November 14th.
Yeah, that's the day before our mid-month meeting.
Okay.
So that'd be a good thing to do. And then in the works too, Prop HH failed. That was good news. So I'll get with JD and we'll figure out what our percentage increase is that would be a normal cost increase. And then we'll get a meeting together to adjust our mill levies to make that happen. And I'll schedule that with all the taxing districts as soon as I get with JD and we figure out what we're going to do. And we need to have that happen before we certify the budget. And let's see. Good old Vince asked me about blowing up the TV Bunker Hill. He doesn't want to blow it up, but he wants to rip it up and get the road fixed so that it's easier again. It's gotten really pretty bad. So I'm going to talk to BLM about it. I don't think there'll be any issue because, there's a lot of users on top of that mountain that need to get access. So we'll see what we end up doing on that. And then still a goal is Christmas, but for the new system, but we'll see how that goes. Without a goal, you always get what you didn't ask for. So,
Right.
All right. That's all.
It won't cost them too much for gravel.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we don't have to put gravel on it. Well, I don't know, Vince. It probably take. I don't know what it's going to take. That's
a dozer.
It's a dozer and a ripper and a nice back drag of some kind. All right, that's all I got.
Commissioner
Bale barn got finished. Hirschberger's got all the metal on the roof side, the west side, looking good. I just want to give a thank you to Tom Flower for all the work that he put into that up to that point that we had Hirschberger's come in and do the roof and the sides. So and then any other volunteer that was out there that I don't know about that worked on that bale barn. So
yeah, it looks really nice.
Just want to say thank you. It looks like a nice building. It'll protect the bales that are going out. So
told them I want them to come over and organize my garage like they organize that all their tools.
The other thing I have is we had an OEM meeting with Christy Coleman yesterday. She brought up a resolution that we signed in roughly 2004. I don't have it in front of me yet. That we said we do for emergency management training of all staff that county employees that were involved in an emergency with the emergency management 100 and 700 classes. So I don't know if we rescinded that after that fact, but we probably we need to look at it and then decide, do we want to continue with that or do we want to do something different? So
I've got here, I'll give it to Kelly. You don't have a copy. You can know about this. This was signed by Kit Shy back on October 17th, 2016. That's just the disaster declaration. The form and then the training piece.
That may not be the same one we just referred to.
No, it isn't.
Referred to
That's just the.
2004.
that was for the Junkins fire.
That's right.
Okay.
Was it?
I think it was, yeah, that was just an example of something we may do in the future with.
Okay. And what you're referring to is
Yeah.
the ICS 100, 700 classes.
Right.
And
Cause we do have a lot of people within the county employees that get involved, like St. Charles Fire.
Yeah.
Vernon Roth, Jordan Benson, Kelly Camper, the assessor. A lot of people got involved, so we had an idea of whose houses.
the
and
entirety
what's
of your department and yours, Vince, I would say, and we've had it at Road and Bridge, but it's been quite a while. I think since we did the 100, 700 classes,
Yes.
so.
And this was originally tied to, if you didn't have these classes, if you declared a disaster, FEMA wasn't giving you weren't getting any money. And you weren't allowed to go for any grants to help recover. So,
But that changed.
huh?
Is that still in effect? I can't remember.
That's a very gray area.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we want to play in the gray on that.
Not right now.
It's still on the books. He
And
said
it's-
they don't check it as much as they used to,
Yeah.
and, but,
The other good thing about it is people that volunteer can be reimbursed, like if you use your own tractor and you did stuff and you spent a lot of money on it or labor or whatever. As long as you get registered and in time on the disaster, and you can be otherwise, you actually are donating in it without choice. There's no reimbursement available, which I thought was interesting. Help.
I'll look more into that and I'll dig into that resolution and see if we have any that rescinded it or changed it. But
The last time we took those classes was like 2016.
16.
Somewhere in there.
I remembered it when I first came on
maybe after, you know,
in 17, 26.
I did.
stuff like that happens that way.
That's it.
All right, well, I won't mention that you did, I'll just make mention to the fact that the day before that, we did have the after action on the St. Charles fire. Going over some things there, some issues, but good meeting overall on that. I had that meeting with the baseline and with CDOT on the sidewalk project. That's moving forward. Baseline is now submitting some the documentation that CDOT's requiring, including traffic control plan and things of that nature. Couple things they've presented was one of the possible drainage solutions they have and working on that is actually taking, there's a pretty good crown in that road coming back towards the courthouse to the east here. So they're talking about actually filling that to bring that grade up and pulling that out to about where the white stripe is for the edge of the lane and putting a pan down through there for drainage rather than drainage to the curb and gutter.
Okay.
Which would help us tremendously on that steep bank there and it would help us on the ADA compliance.
Okay.
And you can kind of see on their drawings what they've got planned there. I do have the meeting notes here. I can make copies of that and give to whoever would like them.
Thank you.
And then we got in our emails, I believe yesterday, a request for a letter of support from Arthur Elledge, who's the U.S. Forest Service OHV program manager. Letter of support for their OHV Trails grant for 2025, and they need to have that by November 24th. So if we wanted to put that on the agenda for mid-month, we could do that, or something like that we could probably take care of today as well, if you guys were of a mind to.
Let's do it next month or next
15th.
meeting.
So yeah, we can put that on the agenda for the mid-month meeting. Try to get something written up for us to look at. to approve at that time then.
Okay.
Okay, that's all that I have this morning. Kelly, do you have anything for us?
No.
Okay, Rich, you are up, sir.
Thank you.
See, Sheriff.
I think your chair got thrown way back there.
Wearing my belt, I can only sit in the chairs that don't have armrests. It's too wide.
Can you, that one worked, right?
At the last commissioner meeting, Commissioner F asked for additional statistics. And so I provided that to you guys in the written form, along with a copy for the people in the audience. Big event to talk about this month is our response to the fire. And it's a good practice for the next event. And we know that we should plan on a wildfire every year. And we'll get better and better, I think, each time we respond to those. The posse donated 200 hours to that, and then I estimate 100 hours by our command staff. We drove over 3,000 miles. We hosted a community meeting in the town of San Isabel and invited the forest command to come to that. And so it was a very good meeting with the public being able to ask their questions directly to the Forest Service. Two different commissioners attended the fire with me, one at the incident command post, which is San Isabel itself, and then another one at the interagency fire center in Pueblo. Ultimately, the sheriff's office did sign a delegation of authority to the Forest Service to continue fighting their fire as it entered Custer County. And the Pueblo sheriff signed that as well. And then we ended that delegation as well. And they've since ramped down the incident team that's on scene. One thing that I'm happy with is the Everbridge system. And we did use that on 2 occasions to alert people that were in the particular area. And the Everbridge system it's a company that provides that service. And in the past, you've heard the word reverse 911. There's actually a company that has that word trademarked. But it gives us the ability to call all the residents in Custer County using their landline, their cell phone, a text message, or even an email. The drawback of that system is you have to opt in. And so we've worked very diligently this year, including the sheriff's office mailed something to every homeowner in the county to sign up for that. And we've also done some things at Coffee with a Cop and so forth to encourage people to sign up. Also, as part of
You
that
got
emergency
pamphlets out
notification-
there still for people.
I'm sorry.
You got advertising on how to do that.
Yes, I do. In fact, we had a coffee with the cop this morning and we're actually still handing them out.
Okay.
And there is a technology piece, so people who are really good at working on their cell phones, there's no problem signing up. And people that are not, we've designed a postcard and they fill in the information, bring it to the sheriff's office, and then we'll enter the data for them just to make it easy on everyone. We used another system that's provided by the federal government with the cell phone tower owners for the first time that I'm aware of. And I wasn't happy with the system. It's a little bit older. There's a very strict limit on how many characters our emergency message can have. And we have a hard time dialing in how far out the cell phone tower those messages spread. So it was important to coordinate with the Pueblo sheriff. And ultimately I signed an agreement to let them send the same message on both sides of the county line so that I don't want a homeowner getting 2 different messages from 2 different sheriff's offices. But we'll maybe work on improving our ability to use that resource in the future. One thing that the posse really worked on was pre-evacuation planning. And one of our members of the posse, who I'd kind of say was the MVP of the volunteer effort, is his name is Joe Watts. And he's a retired fire chief, and he's also been certified as the engine boss. Another posse member we have, Leslie Parks, has a long fire career and is also certified as the engine boss. So those people were instrumental, and each day they went to the actual incident commander, checked in with them, and then assigned the duties to help them with law enforcement needs on the Custer County side. We also got an agreement with the Pueblo Sheriff, and our posse was used just over the county line as well to support the fire effort. The biggest lift they did was pre-evacuation planning, and as we were coming up to a point in the fire where we suspected that there was a red flag weather condition coming, and there was a potential of the winds blowing the fire in the wrong direction for us, the posse worked heavily with Vernon Roth there. And so of the county employees, I think Vernon Roth is the MVP. And he put in countless hours, I had no idea. And he worked closely with the court, the county clerk, and also the county assessor's office. And that area of the county that's affected is a lot of vacation homes. And so using some analysis, we were able to figure out who was most likely still in their home and who was not. Based on the data that Vernon put together for us. He printed maps every day, emailed us combined data from the Forest Service. Very, very useful. So the posse actually went into those neighborhoods with some flagging tape, and we identified the houses that were going to be empty so we wouldn't waste time in a real disaster to evacuate. So I was very pleased with how that went. My key takeaway for this whole thing, and I want to present this to the commissioners, but also the people of Custer County, is we have got to get our community wildfire protection plan up and going. And I met with the emergency manager the other day, and I volunteered that my office would be happy to help if they want to set up meetings with the different neighborhood associations. But that's vital that we get involved in that. We utilize grant funding, we educate people on how to protect their houses, and we lower the risk for our residents for future fires. Also, like KLZR radio let us come on the radio last minute and use the radio to broadcast a message to their listeners. And that's all I have on the fire. If you guys have any questions, and I got just a couple other bullet points for the sheriff's office.
No, thank you for everything you did down there, and all our county employees that helped with that. So you guys came together and knocked it out of the park, and thank goodness that fire went a different direction, and we got the snow that we got. So hopefully it gets dumped on, because it's still burning from what I understand.
That is correct.
Burning for several months.
Wow.
So
I would just reiterate that I appreciate everything that you guys did, your posse. And like you say, Vernon, Kelly, JD, there was a lot of people that stepped up to the plate on that. And so greatly appreciated on all fronts.
So let me add, so the posse did a lot of, when the helicopter came over with the bucket to scoop out the water or suck out the water, they've got to stop traffic on both sides. So one of our posse members was in Fremont County helping Pueblo County, helping Pueblo County out. So we did a lot of goodwill for Pueblo at the same time, and the U.S. Forest Service. So posse really came together and really served our community well. So
Now, that said, we still had to run our regular everyday law enforcement mission. So we couldn't go to every meeting every day. But I think the posse really allowed us. There's no way we could have provided that level of support without our volunteers. So I'm very grateful for the posse. Moving on to the next section here. We did lose one deputy last month, and we're adding a deputy in December. And the deputy we're adding is a 26-year law enforcement veteran, and he retired and he came up to our community and was a rescue pilot for Reach Helicopter. And we interact with him quite a lot up here. He told me that he really missed law enforcement. So I said, hey, you can join the posse. And he got on the posse. He said, man, I really want to be a cop again. So he's actually putting himself through police academy right now and graduates December 8th. So he'll be a very welcome addition to our team. He's a kind of a good role model for the young deputies that we have on our team, but even the posse really like the guy a lot. So I'm happy to bring him on.
He lives up here?
Yes, he and his wife both live here in the community. All of our training has been completed for the year that's required by the state. We have an active shooter exercise coming up in 3 weeks that'll be here, and we're inviting the State Patrol and Division of Wildlife, the Forest Service law enforcement guy, to participate in that. And there'll be some objectives that we're working through. We have an outside person that's actually teaching the class.
On that note, you might want to mention for the record, we did have an issue and you did call in the FBI to help on some issues,
Yes, so we have worked,
which is good training.
Oh, for training, yes. And we actually have one of our local residents who works part-time for the sheriff's office. She got her degree in criminal justice, but she completed the CPI crime scene technician class as well. So we'll have our own built-in crime scene technician if we need it. I did a coffee with a cop this morning in Wetmore. When we got there at 5 a.m. because we're trying to catch the commuters that are going to work at the prison.
Did it
And,
work?
It did, yeah. And they were surprised to see us there that early. A lot of people stopped at the stop sign probably for the first time in a long time. So
Did you have donuts that way?
we didn't have donuts, just coffee. And then Jeff Lindsay joined me for that. He's a 26-year veteran deputy DA. And he's announced that he's running for our DA's office. The current DA has announced that she's not running again. And then today at lunchtime, we're hosting lunch for retired cops at Tony's Pizza. Just let the retired guys interact with and meet the new people on our force. And our website went down, but we have a brand new website coming in December at no charge. And the state of Colorado Internet Portal Authority is helping us get that up. So I'll be pretty excited to see that come online.
Quick question back on, we had met with some of the residents down there coming out of hard scrabble and stuff. Have you heard anything back from the state patrol on any of that moving forward as far as they were gonna do some DOT?
I have not heard of that yet. And some of the residents that live on Highway 96 around Milepost 23 have complained about the excessive noise from gravel trucks coming down the hill with their Jake brakes on. And so myself and Chairman Day, the state patrol captain for this area, and the CDOT supervisor met with them. And they've actually purchased their own noise decibel meter, like an official scientific instrument, and they're measuring the noise level. It is very high down there. And so the sheriff's office doesn't have the capability to enforce that regulation. We've asked the state patrol to come up here more often, specifically for the gravel trucks. I talked to the mayor of Silver Cliff yesterday, and he understands that we have like 110 gravel truck trips a day going up and down the mountain. So that's a lot of noise.
Through the intersection there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, doubt it.
And I don't know how many's going down 69 north and taking that route.
Yep.
Quite a few, I believe, that actually as well there. So we have a lot of truck traffic.
Yes, we do.
So thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, the stats, and thank you for providing those. Do you think these are largely down to having more presence in the area? Because I know the posse's just started their county patrols.
Yes, so the posse could potentially double the number of hours that they work this year in the community. And we're continuing to do the town patrol, but we added a thing called the community patrol, where they're out driving every drivable road in the county. So I hope that deters crime. And then when we get a specific complaint, in fact, yesterday we had a burglary that was down on South 69. And so we know what time that happened. So we want to make sure we have guys in the area at those times to try to dissuade criminal behavior.
Thank you. Or a vacant house or what?
No, it was the owner of the house had an alarm system, and he was able to watch on his video app what was happening and then call 911, and then we got there on time.
You probably locked the doors on them so they couldn't get out.
I would not advise burglarizing a house in Custer County.
And then what are you kind of planning on for next year for jail time? I mean, it's more than what we thought it would be this year.
Yes, it has slowed down a little bit. We had a busy summer, and so I'm planning on the same estimate of going in for next year.
Okay. Depends on whether two people
Yeah,
keep getting arrested and let out, or whether they spend their time in jail.
Male, female kind of thing.
we have two males that spend a lot of time in jail up here.
They're too nice to them.
Well, they've actually complained and they said that they much rather stay in the Custer jail than they don't like the Fremont jail. So maybe quit committing crimes.
Custer County Bed and Breakfast,
They thought it was better up here.
full experience.
Yes.
It is better up here. It's definitely better up here. I'll book some of those in. That's not a place I want to go. Now, thank you, Rich, very much.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to come and speak with you, and I look forward to making more gains next year. Something I'm excited about is the new system that the Fremont 911 is building in called CAD, computer aided dispatching. And it's a much more powerful computer system that collects a lot more data, which I hope to use to plan more focused operations where the car crashes are happening, where the crimes are happening, the right day of week, time of day. So we can really dial that in with the new system.
Right. And on a side note, that's been Vernon Roth putting all that information in. I mean, it's mountains of data. Yeah, it's gotta go in, so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Rich.
We good?
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Vernon.
Thank you.
Treasurer's report, Virginia will not be in. She did provide a copy. Kelly said she specifically asked her, there are no anomalies. And she said if we did have some questions, she could answer them a little later.
I move we accept the treasurer's report.
I
And
would
then,
second that. Any discussion
then I
on
can
that?
discuss the amount. I don't have it up on the final.
No discussion from them.
Okay. So, I do have a motion on the floor then. Did you have any other discussion? No, but I have a motion on the floor then to approve the monthly treasurer's report for September.
Taking comments or not? You got any other comments?
I can, they
It's
don't,
okay,
they
we
don't have anything before them to see.
Yeah,
Would there be any public comment on that?
Is there any part of that report that could be read to us? Or is it just numbers and this?
It's a spreadsheet.
Oh,
And Vernon and I are working on putting the computer screen up here so we can display more stuff like sheriff's report and stuff like that. So we're working on that.
trying to get copies also, so you can have a hard copy.
I think it'd be good if
Everybody gets used
if at
to it.
least we could put it up on the screen and
Yeah, and other counties do that.
involve you as
Thank
the
you.
public.
Anything else? Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to approve the treasurer's report for the month of September as presented. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
So before you move on, I have a question.
Okay,
Lucas, did you get a signature card for the account yet?
No.
I've got a form I got from the bank. I'll take it over. I'll get Virginia and you on it.
Okay.
okay, that takes us to our staff reports and we moved, I believe, IT to the front of the line. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. I appreciate you opening up. I'm looking forward to this training today. Good morning, all.
Next time I'll bring a ladder.
Okay. Yeah, I'm off my crutches, so I'm tall again.
Yes, yes, you are. Taller, back to full height.
Exactly. Well, good morning, all. Okay, well, so I have some visuals for the GIS work that I've been doing. That was mentioned actually earlier. Current projects that we're working on right now, everything was kind of put on hold with the fire, but we're working on an inventory and the salamander integration part of that training today, so that we can get and log in and be able to assign, basically, assign issued equipment and whatnot to each individual person, to each individual office, and we could keep track of it, know exactly when it was put in the system, and then have a system to remove it from service and that type of thing. So that's what the salamander, I mean, we use it as ID cards, we use it for concealed carry, but it's a deep iceberg that we're not utilizing completely. So that's, as I've mentioned before, that's going to be a good tool for us. Omnigo Tyler public safety conversion. This is what our data, I only have one of those if you want to pass that around. This is what our data looked like about 6 months ago when we started this. To give you numbers, that is out of 6,900 address points in the county, we had 4,900 errors that would not work in the new GIS system. Worked fine for our old system, our old CAD, but everything's changing. Brave new world. So this is the new, or excuse me, this was the data in October.
Off the old or new?
This is the data.
What?
This is compared to the new system.
This was the original.
Yeah, that's the original. That's the new. That's the data in October. As a reference, there's 1,000. We've whittled it down from 4,900 to 1,000 errors, and then as of,
Meaning you fixed them or
we've
they
fixed
weren't
them.
real?
No. We've fixed them so that the computers recognize them. That's another story that we'll get into. So that's the, let's see. So this is the latest here in November. We've whittled it down to about 450 address points that need hand correcting. And this is in relation to our roads, what we call in the field center lines. So basically I have eliminated 90% of the errors.
So
and as we know, the
this,
last 10% is always 90% of the work, but
so when you look at this, where do you see the error? How
The
do you-
red,
just the red, right?
Just the red, yep. So you'll see the
That's quite a
progression
bit
from,
different.
so you'll see the progression from yellow and red
Yeah,
down
down
to
to just some pretty big chunks of red.
exactly.
And
The yellows are all gone. The reds are the remaining errors that have to be
Right.
corrected. So I apologize.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
So this is where he started in July, or this is where he was at in July. And the yellow and the reds are the problems, the greens are good. And this is October,
Pass this down.
I just.
this is November.
Sorry. So it's a substantial amount of work. It's literally about half my time or more. The rest of the time is devoted to administrative stuff, but I was working weekends. I was getting so burned out I couldn't keep working weekends. It was just too much. So it's looking really good. The next stage of the game is to clear up these and excuse me, and then move on to what we call the RMS, the records management system, which involves a lot of VPN systems and the deputies all have tablets in their cars. Those all have to communicate with our central office that then go to Tyler, and it's a complicated interconnectivity challenge, but that's the big push between now and March. So of course, to finish this up too. So it's moving forward. So that's really all I have, update wise.
Very significant progress on that,
Thank you, sir.
because that's all hand.
All
Entry.
databases, huge spreadsheets, basically.
Thank you for that. I mean, that's
Appreciate
a
it.
lot of work.
Jordan help you with that too?
No, Jordan's really running the day-to-day stuff. I've got a printer issue, I've got so he's running around like crazy with all
the other
those.
issues.
The other thing I was gonna bring up, Public Health has asked for a phone system and some telephone lines. They have a problem with the single number 3369 number that basically is tied up because it's only the only hard landline going into the building. They've got a couple of cell phones. So did some research along with Lee Cuthbertson over at Public Health. We don't have to spend $15,000 like we did at our county building. There's a fast and dirty small business device that if we get some more landlines into the building, we can distribute those to phones inside the building. So that involves some wiring and stuff like that, and working with CenturyLink to get at least one more, if not two more landlines. So
Yeah, they need.
that's another thing. Yeah, we tried it with cell phones and for whatever reason, the workflow issues and whatnot, so the landlines are probably going to be better.
I know they're missing a lot of calls.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else for me?
Now you got just enough time to get over there to
Yes,
your other.
indeed. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Take a donut if you can.
Thank you. I will do that, definitely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, wait. Anybody else want to do it? Come on up. You earn it sitting through it.
Have a red velvet donut, so we give that a try. Be well, everybody.
Thank you, Vernon.
Thank you.
Vince. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Well, everything's going good. We just had a few breakdowns as usual, so. We have 2 employees leaving us this month. One's retiring. And one is found another job. We already rehired an employee. He'll start the 20th of this month. He's already experienced in truck driving, grading. He's got a CDL, he's got tanker endorsement. So we refilled the positions. We're fully staffed. Again, after the 20th. And I will be taking over the auxiliary snow route. So it doesn't take my time up on a regular route. So the auxiliary snow route is I bounce around if we have a major snowstorm to get the roads cleared. So that's what I'll be doing this winter too, plus my work in the office.
Is that a grader or is it?
Grader. So we'll have 2 rookie operators on Rosita, the 2 Rosita routes, but they're trained already on them.
So those have mag chloride.
So
Don't lose it.
They know the routes.
they know the routes. It's just a matter of just getting out there if we get a big snowstorm, so. And then we got a new trainee for the courthouse. The individual is leaving, retiring. So he got trained today how to plow around the courthouse, sheriff's department, all these buildings here for a snowstorm. So we got it all retrained.
Saw that taking place this morning.
Yep.
Good.
Okay, and then you're working with Dan on that one issue. As far as that road out here off of 165, 155.
155, Scott, I let Scott take care of that 155 on the abandoned section of that road. What was it, 535 feet, I think it was. We have Scott and Dan's got to work together so we get it all legal and stuff.
So it's a section that hasn't been, it's been non-maintained
It's non-maintained.
forever, and, so,
And we actually own it.
we have it by prescriptive use. Is my understanding, so, so the landowners actually own the road surface on that, which is the case in probably 85%
of the roads.
of the county roads.
Okay.
Yeah,
How'd your trailer work out for you?
Trailer?
Yeah. One with the broke axle.
Oh, that's, well, I don't want to talk about that. That's
Okay.
that's gonna cost some money.
Okay.
Yeah, the mechanics have to totally remove the undercarriage, the axle assembly, totally out for me, so that it's gotta be rebuilt. I'm just gonna guess, we're looking at $10,000
Okay.
to rebuild that axle assembly. It's just wore out.
What class of the trailer is it? Is it a,
It's a belly dump,
what's the belly dump?
yeah. Yeah, so we only got 2 belly dumps,
got a lot of miles on it.
yeah.
But it's worth it. Repair it.
Well, my motto is if you're gonna fix something, don't do it halfway. If you got it tore apart, let's get it fixed so it doesn't break again.
Mhm.
That's how I like to run things.
I agree.
Good.
And we'll just go from there, a new budget and see what happens.
All right.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thanks, Vince.
Yep. thank you.
All right, is, do I hear Lisa on the phone in there, or is she?
You can reverse it that way.
Oh, okay. Did she want to come in on now for that report?
Good morning. Morning. Good morning.
Lisa.
Hi, how are you? Okay. Number one, budget is going well. We're on schedule for my lofty goal.
End of the month, right?
End of the month, that's
Okay.
my goal. I'm hoping, probably on Monday, maybe we can connect somehow through via email. We need to schedule a couple meetings, just to go over a few departments and just make sure we're all on the same page before we start wheeling and dealing.
Right.
So that's going good. But I actually should have put hiring Jen at number one because she's been absolutely excellent. She jumped right in. She's tackling the leases like an absolute beast. Doing almost like forensic accounting on those. Just tracking down paper trails, requesting documents, whether we need them or not. We'll still have an idea of what everything is that's been paid, that we don't know if it's lease or not. She'll find out and she'll get those leases.
Okay.
So she's been doing absolutely great, and she is an absolute asset already to the county. So we're lucky to have her. And then
Yeah, I've heard all our propane tank leases are.
Yeah.
Gotta grab too, so.
yeah, exactly. I mean, there's just a ton that have slipped by, and we're on it. And then I am tackling the journal entry adjustments. It's a slow and methodical process, but given the weekend, or whenever I get a chance, I've been working on them this morning. I should have those, if I had to guesstimate, I should have those done next week.
Were you meeting with Sam on that or something?
I've been talking to Sam and Nancy all week with those.
Over the
Making,
phone?
yeah, so we know they're all going into the fiscal 2022 year. They're all dated for the last day of the year. So
Okay.
So those are moving along and just between that and the budget and just everyday business, we've been busy.
And then so we went, one of the audit issues was, this department has travel for training and this department has a different line item. So we've been correcting those as we've been building these budgets and going, okay, every department needs to be the same entry line, so that when we do training, they go, this is where you take travel
Absolutely.
from, this is where you take fuel from, this is where you take
Right.
this expense from,
Mhm.
so. Another one of the audits.
Yeah, and do you remember when we had our first initial budget meeting?
Mhm.
We talked about that and everybody, and so that's that's like one of the final steps of this budget process. I have an opportunity to rename line items, or add line items, and so everybody will have a communications line, an IT line, travel. I have a whole list of them that we went through on that meeting that day, so they're all going to be added in. That will be like the final step before we push out the book.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's some departments have asked me to take certain lines off.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, if money throughout the year has been allocated to that line, we can't until the next fiscal year. So when we roll the year into 2024, we can get rid of those lines that are no longer relevant to that department.
So I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
Lisa.
sir.
I asked, how's the support for the CIC machine going? Now
The CIC has been
I know without,
working great this last week and a half, since that last firewall hitch. No, it's been working very well.
okay, and then I asked, how much do we spend on that a month? Is it,
We don't pay monthly on CIC. We
Would it-
pay
would it-
quarterly.
okay,
It's probably around $50,000 between the assessor's office. Yes,
so
quarterly.
it's like 200 and some,
I think so.
200 and if you can't give me a real number sometime.
I will. I'll go back and do that. And I'll email it to you quick, but it's divided between treasurer, JD
Hmm.
and
Right,
finance.
right. That's okay, but the county's paying it, I suppose.
Yes, of course.
And then what are we paying Sam, the firm that he's working for us? on all the-
We don't have like a contract. We will get a bill for our audit. Historically, has been about $75,000 to $80,000.
So he's not on a contract, we just
No.
pay by the drink? How do we do that?
No, he's not billed us. We have, I believe, and I'll have to double check with him. We pay for their auditing services and encompassed in that.
In what?
That's encompassed with a guidance with our audit. They're also helping us, like for me, they're giving me advice,
So,
but I don't believe we have a contract.
so every year, he's automatically assuming we want him to do it every year.
As far as I know, I mean,
I
I think we
I just don't
have,
understand.
no, we have a
I don't-
saving.
I don't understand how,
I
I can
think
find
that
out.
we actually did renew and extend a contract
we?
with him
See, and that's been a while. I have not been around that long,
a couple of years ago.
but we don't have like a standing bill. We pay for the auditing service and then I've not seen an additional bill.
well, there must be a contract with him of some kind.
Yes.
I've never seen him, I'm just curious. I'll look for it,
So
see what we're gonna do about it.
I think
I mean,
Tom, you and I extended that
Seems like
with
it.
him
That
a
would-
couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So,
Would you dig into?
Sure, I can
Final
give it.
contract?
Oh, yeah, I'll just.
and
give
what
him a
we've been
call and
paying,
see if
it's
I-
just curious
Yeah.
because we've had him for a while and then, okay, good,
Got it.
thanks.
You're welcome. So other than that, any more questions?
Along the HR piece, we know we broke them apart
Mhm.
and we're waiting for applicants, who's receiving them? Just you, Kelly, or is it?
I've been
Lisa?
receiving them.
You've got them, that's what I thought.
Mhm.
When is the deadline on that?
It-
20
The deadline is tomorrow,
tomorrow, right?
end of the day tomorrow,
Okay, how many do we have so far? 1,
2.
2? Okay.
There is someone who was inquired, but I've not received an application yet from that person.
Might be worth bugging them. Are they gonna apply or not?
Right,
Deadlines.
right.
Okay,
And that's that, and then we have one administrative assistant application.
oh, yeah, that's the other one. too. One admin.
And for custodial, right?
Yes, and you guys received a email from me sharing that information on Google. Each applicant for the custodial has a folder and has all their information in it, but I think we need to get together next week too and have interviews for that.
So when does it expire?
It has expired. Custodial expired last week.
Okay, and when did the admin?
Admin is tomorrow, or no, the end of the working day on Thursday. So tomorrow as well.
So that's
So do we want to extend it? I had asked the PIO to put it on social media. I've not seen an.
how long
ad
we
for it.
advertise it? Just a week?
We've advertised it for
10
two
weeks,
weeks,
yeah.
two full weeks. So it could go in both papers for 2 full weeks.
So we only have one. Qualified or not? Do you-
Very qualified. However, this person is moving here and would not be available until January. I thought this person was very qualified.
What do you think? We ought to extend it or not?
Well, I think we should extend it at least a couple more weeks. If not,
If we're without it anyway,
I nominate you, Bill, to be your admin
could be the admin.
for the last month of the year.
I think I'll discuss that for a while.
No discussion. I
I
did volunteer.
You did, I heard you.
I'll do it.
Okay, then
I
let's-
can forward you that resume and application that I received. I think it's worth
Yeah,
definitely worth
please sure to
looking
do
at.
that and then we can
Yeah.
decide, but let's go ahead and at least get extended another week.
Okay,
and see where it goes.
I'll give everyone a call.
Yeah, and then I'll work out a time for you to go through those custodial interviews.
Okay.
And the HR one is similar, so you only have one, or did
2,
you say two? Let's, and that closes tomorrow.
possibly a 3rd. I'll reach out to that
Okay,
3rd person and
Swing by
see.
it. Hit, take a look at it.
Okay.
Okay,
So what I heard here was we're going to extend the admin to 1 or 2 weeks. I heard both.
2 weeks.
2 weeks would be
Okay.
better probably, because we're gonna be with you
Make sure
even
we're
this one.
clear on that, so we're gonna extend that for 2 more weeks. And HR? Are we going with the 3
Let me
week?
take a
out,
look.
or You wanna take a look at those and
Is that me?
Yeah, take a look. What, that ends
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. Let's extend for another 2 weeks. And we wanna make sure that we get as many applicants as possible.
Yeah.
okay,
Hate to wait. Let's see.
and to make sure we were all here in the same thing.
2 weeks,
Right.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks.
What's the date? What date does that make it so I can write it down?
That'd be the 22nd of November.
Is that a weekday?
That is a Wednesday.
Okay, 22.
Before Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'll call Sam and get a copy of the contract also. Cost
You
and
may have it.
CIC costs.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
Thank you, Lisa.
you're very welcome.
Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes,
Thanks, tell Jen, thanks.
I will. She's doing a great job.
Dorothy's up. On deck, in the hole,
Morning,
Come
up
on.
to bat.
morning.
Aye.
Morning, sir.
Added a few things to my report, so bear with me.
Okay, let me find it.
In your emails.
Is it, thanks. Is it in the big batch? Yep, got it.
Stuff I sent you.
Yeah. Got it.
So in the month of October, we did 13 special conferences, 5 compliance inspections. We had no violation reviews, didn't administer any septic contractor test. The septic, and we did 11 septic inspections, did not have any fail.
Special conference.
What falls into that is, for example, if someone is thinking about starting a business in their home, they'll call up and or come in, and they schedule a conference with me ahead of time.
Okay.
If I need to, I'll bring Keith Hood in, or John Decker.
Okay.
Just anytime a landowner has questions,
Home
really.
business or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
The septic permits, we've done 14 compared to 10 last year. Dwelling permits are down significantly. We did 17 last year and only 9 this year in the month. Non-dwellings are about the same as last year, 16 last year compared to 17. And then overall zoning permits are down slightly. We had to do 33 last year and 26 this year for the month of October. Our open compliance issues, I really, my main focus right now has been converting what we have in iWork over to the spreadsheet that they're using in both Westcliff and Silvercliff. I contacted them. Silvercliff shared their information, their spreadsheet with me. So I thought, in an effort to be consistent, I'm moving everything over to that particular spreadsheet. So if I do have to involve the sheriff's department in anything, then what they're looking at is consistent to it with the other two, with the 2 municipalities.
Okay.
We've been trying, Delane and I have been sending out second notices to a lot of the compliance issues that we have. So we have actually brought that number up. We're about 26% of the compliance issues that we have, we're getting resolved. So that is edging up. We're trying to think of things kind of out of the box and what we can do to look at it from a proactive standpoint and maybe even educational standpoint. We are putting together some checklists when you come in to apply for a zoning permit. We're gonna start adding a checklist with that so they know exactly what things are needed when they bring the zoning permit back to actually get the zoning permit. We're also putting some educational material together to add in with that. So, for example, one of the things that we're looking at putting in the paper is, and this is just one simple example, the EPA puts out some helpful tips for landowners. A lot of our landowners are new to the county. They've never lived with a septic system before. So we're going to start publishing some things like this in the paper to look at it, to kind of educate the community more so than just look at everything, you should have done this, or just some helpful tips.
We're gonna put this on the county site as well.
We could, yep.
Okay.
I can do that. There's a lot more information that we can pull from.
Okay.
One of the things, and sending out second notices and converting all the information over to the new spreadsheet that I discovered, is the majority of at least the compliance things that Delana has been sending out. She, if the assessor's office notices something, they send that to her if it's not a major issue. And so she's been sending out a lot of the compliance issues in an effort to help me. And I didn't realize a lot of I'd say probably 20% of our compliance letters that we're sending out right now are, people who have not gotten a zoning permit for a container. I didn't know when I moved here, I needed a zoning permit for my container. Thank goodness we asked the question, but it's something that I think we can, that's just one example of a little way we can educate the citizens, so we're not having these issues. I'm planning an open house with the contractors if the suggestions that I put forth for the board of, for the county outs regulations, if they go through, I'm gonna have set a few different, open houses for the contractors to just review the changes that we have. I don't, that they're not gonna be a major impact for them. But I think it'll be a good opportunity for them to ask questions, us to do some education, and kind of build a stronger relationship with the contractors that we have out there. We're creating, I think I talked about that. The planning commission meeting went well on Monday. They did vote to approve to pass on their suggested changes to you. So we followed the steps. We've submitted the suggestions. They've met, actually had, I believe, 3 different workshops and then one with the commissioners about the changes that they're suggesting. Now they have voted to approve those changes to be passed on to you. I did suggest to them, Lucas, and I hope I'm not stepping out of my box here, but I suggested to them that we set up a meeting with you. I don't know if Keith Hood had a chance to contact you. So if you can give me a time that you can meet, they would like to, Mary and Keith and myself would like to sit down with you and go through the suggested changes. We've already done that with Kevin and Bill, rather than have a full nother workshop. There were no additional changes from the last workshop that we had with you. So, you know, I'll send out the packet to you via Word doc. And then if you can give me a time, I'll schedule it with Mary and Keith and we can get together. I think that'll be helpful. Just kind of bring you up to speed that way.
I appreciate it.
Just a simple note, I went through the current STRs that we have. And this was just kind of surprising to me. We currently have 54 short-term rentals. Of those 54 short-term rentals, 33 of them reside outside of Custer County. The 5 applications that we have to go for hearing, all 5 of those in 2024 so far live outside of Custer County.
Why are they applying here?
They
Well,
own it.
They're buying them.
Or
I
buying
can
them.
tell you we get.
Oh, I got you.
I just thought it was a very interesting note. It's not our local residents that are buying second properties and renting.
Mhm.
It's investment companies for the most part.
Okay,
Mhm.
and we have those that are applying for the permits?
All
Not just-
5,
Okay,
all 5 so far that we've received. We take 8 a year. All 5 are from outside of Custer County.
so are these an additional 8 each year? Or,
Yes.
okay,
And one thing that we may bring up when you guys meet with, if we have another workshop at the planning commission, we talked a little bit, Jordan Benson, who's on the Silver Cliff board, he suggested that we make a regulation that you have to own your property for 2 years before you can use it as an STR. And that's helped keep that business with our local residents. So I don't know if that's something we want to consider. It was the planning commission was very positive at that thought. So that's something we may think about as we make those changes. Maybe we add that as an addition.
okay,
And then just one more thing, I would like to ask the 3 of you. Let me back up. In all of my experiences, I've always set goals. I'm a goal-driven person. In every organization that I've worked at, and in my own business that I owned for 13 years, every year I sat down and I made goals, set goals for my employees, set goals for myself and the overall department or organization. And with revenue not being a focus, if you don't want me to focus on revenue, what is a good goal for my department? Delana and I have planned to sit down and do some goal setting for each one of us together. You know, I want to give feedback to her and she gives feedback to me, and we're gonna set overall department goals. But if, when I started, revenue was my goal. That was the one thing, that and learning, you know, getting what training I could. But if revenue is not a goal that you want me to set for my department, I'd like your feedback on what things we can set.
So where we're headed, and I think you're aware of it a little bit, but we are, and I wanted to bring this up at the end, but there is a program that we're gonna start that leverages off of where we were last year on how to do business. So strategic planning, leadership development, training, and organizational development. All of which we're gonna have a program that's gonna involve every department. And everybody will participate. But there's a big goal, what's Custer County and service to the citizens, whatever our goal is, objectives for that, and then it flows down into each department, including you know, everybody. And so that gets more people involved than just the three of us thinking, well, that would be a good thing. It gets a bigger picture. And so that's going to start right after the new year. That was the plan. We got a month yet to get ready for that. But so that would be the point of contact for that program that we will begin with as soon as we can.
Nuts and bolts is not revenue. It's how do I get the people in compliance?
Right.
And the revenue streams will come. They are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
We're not driven by revenue and planning and zoning. We're driven by helping people obtain septic, make sure that they're within the EPA's guidelines, since Colorado's accepted the EPA's guidelines. I may not agree with them personally, but that's okay. That's what we've adopted. That's what we've accepted. That's what the community needs to survive and protect our water. So our goals, I believe, should be, and I'd like some more time to think about this, or maybe come and talk to you about them. But our septic, right, and the sewage that's just being dumped on the ground, you know, that's the worst. And so bringing that into compliance and helping those people, that should be our goal, because that protects our water. After that, it's then people who have put in a septic and aren't up to code, or they're not up to their inspections, and getting those inspected. And if we, you know, we have a code compliance officer, he works 1 day a week with the sheriff's department, and maybe we need to discuss whether we fund that for a week or find somebody that's willing to do it for a week. I don't know, but we need to have those discussions. But I think that should be our goal. I like that we're gathering the tax here in this county and people aren't paying it, and to other counties, with that tax needs to come in.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad that you've brought that back. People that build here should want their tax dollars to go to their county that they live in, and not Pueblo County or Fremont County or wherever they're getting their materials from. It could be from Kansas or Nebraska, because
Absolutely.
sometimes the material is way cheaper over there,
Yep.
or Texas. So,
And that's what she's been working.
I think you've done a good job of turning that around and bringing that back. But yeah, protecting our water sources and our ground and from septic, that's our goal. And that's hard to change, all right, because it's the same goal every year, right? Or maybe you bring it down from 200 issues or 100 issues, or 50 grave violators down to 20 grave violators, right?
And you know, maybe I didn't bring that up and you weren't here then, but we did a lot of work out at Lake Deweese.
Mhm.
We got 10 individuals who 10 property owners to at least 10, the last I counted was 10, that didn't have septics, they were using active outhouses to actually put in a septic system. And, you know, I can't say that that made a difference in the algae growth, but I'd like to think that it did, because a lot of those were close to the water.
Well, at least you stopped the flow that could
We
have been,
did.
I mean.
Well, and it's
you
service
stopped it.
oriented too, and it's helpful, and other people see that.
Yeah. And I guess maybe I was presenting it negatively, I don't know.
No, I don't
But-
take it negatively. I take it as, it's very. It would be hard for me to, and it is hard for me to not look at something as making money, because that's the last 30 years, 40 years of my life, whatever it is. But that's now it's how do we serve well?
And improve it.
And I think it's the education part.
And I
And
think
it's not
that's,
just with the septic, so that's where we're gonna start this
There you
year
go.
off at,
no, I think that's
is to
good.
do the education, maybe do some, you know. Open houses with the public even, there's opportunity there that we need to develop the material, so. I guess that's what our goal will be, and I don't know how I necessarily measure that, but we'll have to figure that out.
And I think. I agree, that's gotta go up. Top of the list, I mean, you know, you've got these violators that are dumping directly on the ground or in a stream bed. Things of that nature, and. Overall, you're tasked with. Enforcement, I don't know if that's a good word or not, but you have. The Custer County Planning and Zoning Regulations.
Mhm.
And that's what you're tasked to follow.
Yep.
And that isn't just the outs, that's everything.
Yep.
And so, you know, that opens it up quite a bit, but then prioritizing within that, which would be, a lot of that would be these issues that you've been dealing with there. So it's not just the outs, it's not just the STRs, although you tend to deal with them a lot as well because of the complaints that you get and things of that nature. And so then that tends to take up time or comes to the forefront because that's what you're reporting on because of that as well. And you're tasked to enforce those regulations as well. And so fully knowing that you're not going to be able to at any time come to 100% compliance in any one particular area, because that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's never happened before.
Maybe not.
Because people are people.
But what you can do too, Dorothy, you got a bigger team than you think. You got one employee, but the team is all the contractors. You need to get a relationship with them that they want to, you know, and how you do that, you know, it's business for them to help bring compliance in to begin with. And if they can get a good attitude about it, it's not being penalized because you screwed up and you put in a wrong pipe. It's, well, how do we fix that? And let's get a prize for the best, you know, I don't know, come up with ideas. And then and that's a good thing to bring up. Those are the goals that you can work with and have them be part of the process.
And
They
I
own it
think
then.
For the most part, it's been challenged to try to build a relationship
Sure.
because I was new,
Right.
you know.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think
But they know you
we're
now
there.
and then, you know, you keep working and bring donuts for it. I don't know, come up with ideas.
We will do that.
So I think the other thing that I wasn't aware of that I want to relay to the public is, so in an emergency, if fire sweeps through, tornado sweeps through, water rushes through and floods, it's the planning and zoning that is then part of OEM function to go through, and she's got 30 days after the disaster to go, okay, is this property 100% destroyed, 50% destroyed, 25% destroyed? And start gathering that information up to turn into the state and our regional, so that we have an idea of what's this gonna cost? What's been the damage? What's been the, so that becomes her then primary job in an emergency. Something I didn't know until the last few days, but
Yeah.
And in all actuality, I think by that meeting yesterday, that class yesterday, we have 15 days of that 30 days, because then that gets turned in, say to Christie, and then they have the other 15 days to finish compiling all that data.
and the work this work gives us a good idea of, hey, the fire's going this way, so the US Forest Service, hey, it's going this way. And they can give, and this is where they think it's gonna, and they can outline an area, well, this is where it's gonna go. And then he can take all these addresses and he can go, okay, these are all the houses affected in this area. This is who we need to call. We can go to JD and JD can go, this is the value of all the properties within this range. Kelly can get us the voter registration. Are these people part-time residents? Are they full-time and they vote here? And that's helped us to be able to send posse out and other members of our law enforcement to knock on doors and go, and which doors to knock on and which ones not to waste time with. We'll hit the voters first, or the people that we think are there, are living there, and then start knocking on the doors. So it's a great prioritization tool that we've got, and it takes everybody working together to wrap it all up in a nice package. But does that help you out a little bit with goals?
It does. I mean, I just wanted to make sure I was on the right track.
No, I appreciate that. I think if we do it money wise and then all of a sudden our building goes down, our revenue drops, right? And I don't want you to go, oh man, we didn't bring in as much money. Well,
Let's go looking.
there's
for-
very
Right.
reasons for that, is our building's down or.
And the economy may drive that this year.
Right.
But this is a good discussion for all departments, so
Yeah.
everybody has to pull together and make it a whole better county government in the
Absolutely.
big picture. So we'll do more of that.
So you
No
mentioned
question.
the code enforcement officer. I have access to, I met with Deputy Cox.
Mhm.
The way I understand it is he's assisting all three of us, the two
Okay.
municipalities in the county. So I can call if I need an escort.
Okay.
Sure.
Great.
For the two townships, he's issuing summons. I don't know that that's something that falls into my realm. That's not the process that we follow.
No, it's different.
But he is there for me as support.
Good.
I would like you guys to consider in my budget a compliance officer for my department.
Okay.
There used to be 5 people in that department. I'm not asking for 5 people, but it would be very helpful. I could spend every minute of every day here on compliance. But there's a lot of things like educating the public, working with the contractors, things like that, that I would prefer to
That's the
do
way
to
to
try to
do it
bring my
first.
department where it needs to be.
Okay.
Okay.
No, appreciate that.
So I'll send the resolutions, changes, suggested changes to you, and then if you'll let me know, I'll schedule that meeting.
Yeah,
And
I'll send you some times.
Yeah, just got a question.
So you had one,
Yeah, I have just a comment. When you were asking what your goal is, as somebody who practiced in the field of architecture and dealt with engineering and counties and all that kind of stuff for years. It was always my understanding that the county's goal was to take a long-range view of the county and assess what services were going to be needed and do the basic planning and zoning concepts. That was really what was supposed to govern the department. And even this thing about compliance is still a piece of how that happens. And so I guess I just want to encourage you to speak from the standpoint of what good is this to the community? All these actions that you're taking take a 40,000 view look of it and say, this is important because this is my long range view for the county. And this is how we obtain that objective. Because when it sounds like, you know, when you come in here and you say, what's my goal to create revenue? I would be the first to say, heck, no. That's the last view of a planning and zoning. You're supposed to be the one that's looking out for all of our health and welfare in how we construct things and that they get built safe. And yeah, you have to support the department. There's gotta be enough fees to make it work, but you're not out hunting for revenue.
And I wasn't saying that was one of my goals. It wasn't the only goal that we had last year.
And I think that's.
Watching our revenue is important, but I live by the resolution. That's my Bible. And that's the plan the planning commission and the commissioners have set for the county. And I follow that every day.
These changes that you're getting ready to make, is it possible the public can also see them?
They'll have a hearing because it's gonna be open to the public. This would
Okay.
would
Do y'all
never change.
put those online too?
The resolution is online. The changes have not been posted. They will be,
Are the meetings online?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
So, and I would kind of speak to that. Probably came out sounding different than what that statement was meant. I think a lot of that refers to the fact that the use tax that she brought back and implemented that was in that resolution. That is the revenue, and that's revenue that the county was losing each and every day when somebody was going to Canyon or to Pueblo or to Texas or wherever and buying their materials. If they go to Pueblo and they pay the sales tax down there in Pueblo, that money wasn't coming back to Custer County where it belonged. And that's why we had that use tax here. And then if you pay the use tax here, then you don't pay the tax down there. You're paying Custer County tax.
Which is cheaper.
And that money,
Yep.
that money is in the county. And I think that's a lot of what she was speaking to there.
and that to me was a big positive for our county.
Mhm.
I don't have the numbers that Abraham, I wasn't gonna focus on that, but I believe it was over $200,000 that we generated on use tax.
That's all.
That stayed in our county instead of going to, come on, most of our contractors buy their goods outside of Custer County. And that's brought all that revenue back in.
What's the significance to you when you say that those 5 applications are out of county? They live out of county and these are investment properties. What should I be understanding when you say that?
It was just something that I noticed. I just think that the commissioners need to understand that there's a lot of investment companies in it coming in, buying that property and starting STR, short-term rentals.
Do you think that's good or bad?
I would like to see more of our county, I would like to see it stay in our county a little more. Let our, cause it's a first come, first served.
Well, the revenue stays in the county.
It
Right.
does,
Not-
and
it's
I
not
guess it doesn't,
Just to,
it was just a,
with the
And
revenue,
everybody has equal opportunity to apply for those, right? In
there's
county,
8
out of
a
county.
year, 8
Sure.
a year, and it's first come, first served.
Okay, okay.
So.
And
I mean,
that's,
at least people are wanting to invest in our county. And every person who says, hey, Westcliff's the place to invest, means they're sending year-round business to us. People. who
And
are
in some
coming-
cases,
Absolutely, and if that's
people
the
might move in.
Yeah,
and that's fine if they're getting permitted and
Yes.
paying
That's what they're doing.
the tax that goes to the tourism board, but it's bad if they're flying underneath the radar.
I have 4 right now that, and I was trying to keep everything positive today.
It's
But I
fine.
have 4 that I've identified right now that are operating illegally, so the tax is not staying in our county.
And so that's an opportunity for you to make some friends and get them to comply. I mean it. I'm not going out there with a sheriff. You go out there and, you know, what you've been trying to do.
And with that, if they don't live in the county, you can't, the only way I can communicate with them really
By
is
registered
via
letters.
if I can figure out where. You know, who, I
Sure.
guess I know who owns it, so I send a letter and. So it's not an easy task, but. We just take one situation at a time.
thank you.
Well,
for
thank
answering
you.
the question.
Appreciate it. real quick and then, we'll move on. I think somebody needs a break here too. Go ahead, Matt.
So.
We can take a break and then come back and finish on this. That'd be fine with me.
I was gonna try to finish this one item up and then
Okay,
take a
that'd be
break.
fine.
Let Kevin run the meeting.
Matt
So,
Miles.
Go.
Oh, I'm sorry, who's up? I can't see.
I called on
Matt
Matt.
Miles.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm
sir.
up.
Yes, sir.
You're up.
I didn't see
Sorry.
anybody else. I'm sorry. Go, sir.
Which commissioner has been assigned the overseeing of the planning and zoning department?
That would be me, sir.
How long has Ms. Karsten been in that position?
I don't know if that's,
Couple of years.
Couple of years.
It'll be 2 years in July.
It's shocking to me that the department head would come in here after being in that position for 2 years and ask this commission, what are the goals of my department? That's shocking.
Let me
Very well
explain
done.
to you. Can I
I know.
explain?
And let me say
we're not,
this.
no, we're not going here.
And I want to go back and
We're
forth.
not going here. No, we're not.
I want to say this. If someone asked me to do that position and I know nothing about it, what I would do is I would say, well, first, it would seem to me that I should fairly, equitably, and legally enforce the laws, rules, and regulations applicable to Custer County regarding my department. That's the first thing I would say. And the second thing I would say is, well, how can I help the public? And I would do that by trying to educate the public to the effect that this is a unique environment here. We have unique problems here when you build here. And here are some of the things that your contractor or whoever is going to help you build your structure should consider in connection with that construction. I'd start there and then see what else I would need to do. And that's all I have on that subject. Thank you.
Okay. And then,
What Adams?
I'll let you go, Deb, and then,
We'll take a break.
after this, we're gonna move on and I will reserve public comment for public comment. Or on our business items,
Okay.
and we will do this
I
other,
just
go
wanna-
ahead, ma'am.
I just want to mention, since Lucas mentioned about under the radar, you are all aware that there is an opportunity for us to identify the number of properties that are working under the radar, and yet you denied Dorothy the opportunity to do that for the cost of $3,000, which was $4,000 less than what it could cost. So, you know, if it's important to identify the properties, this is a tool that is available to do so. I also just want to make mention that keep in mind 47% of the homes in Custer County are second homes. So that means 47% of homes are from people who do not live here. So I'm not quite sure why short-term rentals have to be identified as such. And I happen to know a lot of people who own short-term rentals who are young, who are still working, who can't live here, but they hope to in the future. So I just don't know why short-term rentals are being picked on when 47% of homes are second homes.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else, ma'am?
No,
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Great guy. Thanks, Mark.
All right, we will take a short break.
Thank you, Dorothy.
report comes as a download.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna fire back up here. Time is now 10:49. I guess I better make sure that. I think he has it now. Time is now 10:49 a.m. and I will reconvene this Custer County Board of Commissioners meeting. Our next item on the agenda would be the report from the airport. I knew you were back there somewhere. I couldn't see you. Good morning, sir.
We say Clyde. Good.
Morning, everyone. I'm the airport manager.
You all having trouble hearing us up here? Cause we're gonna get it Mike one of these days. Talk loud.
As always,
Talk loud.
I'm the airport manager.
And Clyde's a little soft spoken.
Okay, well, first let's start with some good news. The old fuel tank has been removed.
Okay.
It was an eyesore, now it's gone. But the big things we need to talk about, you already mentioned, Senator, Commissioner Kanda, that PMS, pavement maintenance service crews have been on site and worked on the runway. They have completed slightly more, in my opinion, slightly more than half of the runway. Then they ran out of material. So we're going to have to close the airport again next Monday so they can continue working on the runway. Ran out of ceiling material. They had to order some more, and it won't be here until later this week. So he wants to schedule to close the airport again Monday. Yesterday we had 3 technicians from AP Tech came out to inspect the condition of the overlay that was put on the runway before my time, 2 or 3 years ago, I think. And it looks good. They're happy with the way their product is performing, but they were not happy at all with the quality of the crack seal. And they said that they wanted to talk to Armstrong about finding another contractor. I think it's a little late in the game for that.
Now.
Yeah.
Well, they did Chaffee County Airport, and they've done many airports.
Yeah.
What was their beef?
They thought that they were wasting material, sealing cracks that weren't there.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's different. That's
Okay.
well, you can point that out to them, to Chuck.
Yes, I will. Yes, and by the way, Commissioner, thanks for all your help with communicating with Chuck. He's a hard man to talk
He's
to.
a hard man to catch, and
Yes, he is. All of our county-owned equipment is working fine, except that the tractor overheats if it runs for very long, so I need to get in touch with Road and Bridge and see if they can get that fixed for us. I think it's just a stuck thermostat, but I don't know.
it usually is.
Yeah. And the recycling pickup point, I talked to Timothy Hammond, is that his name?
Harmon.
Timothy Harmon came out and we toured the airport and tried to figure out where would be the best site to put it, if it needs to be put on the airport property.
And it doesn't. They got a deal with Bill Good.
Well, Timothy said that Bill Good reneged on it.
We did.
Yeah,
When did he do that?
I don't know.
I better call him.
Anyway, we picked out a location that I think would work for everybody, including the people who are dropping off. If it needs to be on the county property.
It doesn't need to be. It just needs to be the right place.
Yeah, well. And other than that, I think everything I need to talk about has been covered.
On that new tank, and you commented that you were still using the first filter and you don't have any differential pressure yet, but with that firing up the new system? Is that on a timeline, gallon used through that filter to change it, or are you just going off of the differential on that?
We don't change it until the differential pressure gets high enough.
Just was
And
curious.
so
with it
far,
being
it's
a new
working just
tank
like
and
a
all.
brand new filter.
Okay.
Not getting a lot of fuel through it right now.
No, we haven't sold a lot of fuel.
Thanks for working with Tim. Appreciate it.
with that. I think we came up with a pretty good plan.
That the airport board will buy.
I think they will, but I can't swear to it.
They had good reasons. Good reasons are, it's, we're trying to make it a first-class airport. Got to worry about people coming to do things and getting into the inside of the fence line, and causing problems, could cause it in the future. Things like that made a lot of sense to try to do the right thing.
Yeah,
But if
it
you've
would
got-
not be practical to have a recycling center inside the fence.
No, it'd never be inside, but even next to, in the parking lot,
Right
you
now,
people
as it,
curious and they hop the fence and they go in and
yeah,
whatever.
as it is today, the only place we could put those trailers would be in the parking lot
Right.
where all the airport cars are parked. And,
And that brings down everybody out of Centennial Ranch and wherever
yeah.
it comes out. It's an issue.
And another problem with that location is that the only people who drive by that location are people going to the airport or to the Silver West States.
Right.
So if you're not an aviator, you never drive by there anyway.
That's right. It needs to be Bill Good's place is the perfect one, but
Yeah, what Timothy and I talked about is cutting out about a half acre or maybe an acre size lot on the north end of the airport property next to Airport Road.
that's a good idea.
Just put a fence around it and put a culvert and some road topping, and
Can you keep it out of?
it does, that way it doesn't look like it's airport property. And it's where everybody who lives in that area drives by it.
That's a good place.
I haven't brought that up with the board yet, so,
Okay, so you guys keep working.
okay.
Okay, is that it?
I think that's all I have.
Are you looking for, a snowplow for the skid steer or something, since?
Yes, if I could have my wish, I would like to have a snowplow. I think a small truck with a snowplow would work a lot better than the tractor we have now, and that's all I have to move snow with.
Mean with a box scraper, but it's
Yeah,
not angled.
the skid steer is not really very good for snow removal because all I have is a scoop.
We had one for the tractor, is what you think?
There's a snowplow for the tractor, but I've been warned that if the snow's very heavy, it bogs the tractor down. That evidently that's a pretty underpowered tractor.
Okay. I'm good. Anything else?
Appreciate that.
I think that'll,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan,
You are the man.
how we doing?
Hi, Lucas. How we doing, everybody?
Doing good.
Fine and wonderful.
Hey, landfill. Everything's going as normal, as far as the operations go. CDPHE is still reviewing the area fill, as we all know.
Any talk at all?
No,
I hadn't either.
no, the landfill inspector, his name is Derek Bohr, he's coming out, next Monday
Okay.
to do the annual inspection, so I will talk with him and maybe he has a little more insight, on where she's at with that. Hopefully, for the end of the year, we at least hear something. That's kind of, and I know I don't know if all three of you reached out to her or not, but.
Yeah, it's hard to get a voicemail,
Mhm.
just leave a message.
Right. So again, we're still just, and the engineering firm has been doing the same thing, so.
And this takes us to the second point. The engineering firm WSP has sent the construction quality assurance report for Trench I to Jill. And so the last time we did H, it was about a month, and she replied back saying we were okay to go ahead and start filling Trench H. So I'm hoping that will be approved too. Because without that approval, you can't put trash in it yet, so. And once that is approved, we will have about a year and 2 months of space left, and that's it.
And that's a different approval than the landfill area fill, right?
Correct.
The new fill.
The 3 trenches were part of the expansion, but they went ahead and approved those
Okay.
without the expansion, or without the area fill, I mean.
Okay.
Just so we could start putting trash.
So
in it.
keep going.
Yeah,
Okay.
so yeah, those 3 are approved, so, but once we're done with those, I mean, that's it. So a year and 2 months, roughly, estimate. What else?
So how was your demo on the low
Oh, it was good. Yeah, on the compactor. Yeah.
compactor? I mean,
Yeah, that went really well. In fact, in December, Four Rivers is flying me out to Iowa to demo the size that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I said, go ahead, book it. So they're gonna take care of everything. And so,
That's Tana, right?
Tana,
Tana,
correct.
John Deere does.
That's Four Rivers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. But no, that went well. Yeah, I'm glad I went over there. It turned out really well.
When are they taking you out there?
I think it's the 2nd of December. We're flying out one day and flying back the next. So, I mean, it's not like I'm staying out there a week.
I don't know why you would want to.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know where we're going, but he's setting it all up. So.
Good.
Yeah, other than that, like Lucas mentioned in your commissioner's report, the building's done, the bail barn, so that's good. Looks really nice. So. And other than that, I mean, I don't really have much unless you guys have any questions for me.
Still working on electronic waste to get
Oh.
what we have in the garage.
Oh,
and
yeah.
What you have out
And what I've got
there.
out there.
So I'm still working that, trying to find somebody that will just come and pick it up.
Right.
So.
I know, because we get more and more of it, I mean, we try to, obviously, we don't take it, but
Right.
sometimes, people, I mean,
People leave it inadvertently
Yeah.
or on purpose.
on purpose, exactly, so.
Bagged and boxed and down in the bottom of the
Yeah.
dumpster.
Right,
You gotta pull that out. Then, don't you?
if we see it, I mean, if it's something that we can get to without, putting ourselves in danger as far as other waste, then yes, but. Just run it over.
Was there an audit just recently for recyclables that were going there?
No,
Or when did,
there,
or is that upcoming?
that might be upcoming.
Okay.
Joni Liebman is, trying to, maybe write a grant
Okay.
for that. I don't know. I think that's gonna be a conversation with recycling and landfill. And, here in the next few months. Well, I think the grant is up and she's gotta have it in by January, so I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, we can talk about it Thursday.
yeah, but the landfill actually does monthly audits. We have to, we're required to by the state to do monthly audits to see what's going in. But she does want to do a larger one, so it might be in the running here next year. But the landfill's not funding it, so.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
All right.
yeah.
You, other than your annual or
Other than-
monthly audits,
other than-
you have to do any.
Correct.
How's the new side by side looking at?
Haven't got it yet.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping they'd call me to come get it, but
All right.
Yeah.
But they have our check now.
They got-
right?
yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
First things first.
first things first.
All right.
And the loader.
Loader's running fine. Yeah. It's still making some weird noise. When you first started up, but John Deere or Four Rivers, we're still trying to work with. So Four Rivers is working on it and then they send it to John Deere and then John Deere sending it to the motor company. And so it's just an ongoing process to try to figure out what it might be. So, but it still operates. It's just, we're trying to figure out what it is, what's causing this.
Maybe it's a normal weird noise.
Yeah, We don't know. So,
After 4 years or something, it'll be standard operated.
yeah, right. Well, I think the thing about it is it's such a new loader that, you know, that they're trying to they do programs with these loaders to teach people how to work on them and show them, you know, and they haven't got that out yet. So, I mean, I don't know, but we'll keep our eye on it.
He may be a page in the book.
It could be, yeah. Could be,
Thank you.
no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Might have to have some energy, I listen tomorrow.
Thanks, Brian. Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Come on up, sir. How are you today?
Good, how are you doing?
Hey.
How you doing?
You're up.
Okay.
Speak loud.
Okay, CCR has continued normal operations without issues since the last report given in October. Recycle operator Steve Wilkerson continues to do an excellent job. The CCR bail barn is now complete. We're very happy with it. Hertzberger did a very good job with that. So it is completed. Volunteer Mike Liebman continues to lead a volunteer team in the construction of the facility office building. The walls have been framed and enclosed at this point. The trusses and roof have been constructed and covered with underlayment. Construction is expected to continue this month. CCR has numbered the 13 collection trailers for identification and maintenance record purposes. We continue to actively monitor and maintain the trailers for roadworthiness and safety of operation, which includes trailer hitches, trailer jacks, safety chains, lights, tires, wheel bearings, and whatever else needs to be maintained. We continue to prioritize safety and continue to offer training regularly for employees and volunteers. Moving on to our processing statistics, we have seen a slight drop as we go into fall and winter, but not as much as what I might have expected. August, we actually produced, in September, 28 bales, which was a drop off of our record month of 35. I've got a misprint on the report. We actually did 29 in October, so we actually went up one from August. Cardboard, that's the big one. 197 bales produced year to date through October. 23 were produced in October. Mixed paper, 42 bales have been produced year to date. 4 of those were produced in October. Aluminum, 17 were produced year to date. 1 was produced in October. Steel, 11 produced year to date. 1 produced in October. Sales revenue, year to date, this is an approximate figure, $12,802.95 in all material sales. That does not include pending sales. Our October totals, on October 19th, we sold and shipped 37 bales or 21.74 tons of cardboard through Sureway Recycling to Republic Paper in Lawton, Oklahoma, and we received $70 a ton. That's actually up from 65. We're continuing to hope that it's still historically low price, but
We do expect it. It has gone up steadily, so we hope that continues. Pending sales. We are currently ready to ship, sell and deliver 10 on-hand bales of aluminum. It's approximately 6,000 pounds to Denicio's Metal and Iron in Pueblo. We've had a few transportation issues, and that's caused us a little bit of a delay, but we expect to have that delivered next week. The price on that is very volatile, so it's a daily change, so that will be that's to be determined. Let's see.
What's the average then?
I believe the last time we received 35 cents a pound on the aluminum. I can't give you an accurate amount on the steel. I'm trying to remember. I believe that's measured in tons. But the steel doesn't fluctuate as much, but aluminum's all over the place. So I'm hoping that we can expect at least that per pound on the aluminum. Let's see. Moving on to our volunteers, as I always state, we have a dedicated group of volunteers. They do an outstanding job and they're vital to our operations. Right now we have volunteers working on Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays of each week. And the majority of what they do is they assist in all aspects on the cardboard recycling. We had 13 volunteers participating according to the recycle log in October. 525 hours year to date.
Is that 13 separate people or several?
Yes, separate people. Yes, sir. 58 hours of volunteer time was given in October. And I believe that's what all I've got for you today.
So your grant's all caught up. You're good to go.
Okay, going back to the grants, I was informed yesterday on the we received a grant from DOLA and the UAA COG grant amount of, or we received the grant award in the amount of $1,562. This was a targeted grant. I did not apply for it, and so I did not realize that we had actually not received those funds. I'm currently trying to, it was for the roof of the office. So what I have a meeting with the CCR board tomorrow, and I will try to figure out, I was under the impression that we had received that, and I don't believe we have. I think that it is a reimbursement grant.
That's what I would think. You just got to figure out how to
Right.
give them the invoice and they'll reimburse
Correct.
X%, or is it 100%?
Yeah, correct. Yes. And we will give them that information, and I will have more information on that tomorrow.
Okay.
So.
Good.
And thank you for the information you gave me yesterday as well. That helped.
Oh, sure.
Because I sent that in for the report.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So mixed paper, 1,400 pound weight
Yes.
per bale and pricing at $30 per ton. So that's
A lot of bales.
That's
Wow.
a lot of bales. And we're sitting on about 25 bales right now. We need about 32 is usually what I consider the threshold to load a semi. I did get the pricing list since I've sent the written report to the commissioners. It is 30 a ton again. So it's very low.
it's about $600 for a trip.
That's correct. And that does
Does that pay for the fuel?
yes, it does. That's included. That would be the check we would receive.
Oh, after.
After, yes.
Yeah, that's nice. He puts the, after all the shipping and handling.
Yeah, it's good.
Right. So, and hopefully that will go up. Sureway is somebody that we've dealt with on cardboard. I have not dealt with them on paper.
I'm working with, one of their people, and they're actually looking into a possible shipment to Utah. Previous to this, we've sent it to Arizona to a place called Applegate that utilizes it to manufacture a very specific type of insulation. The Utah location, I'm not exactly sure what they would be reusing it for, but he was hopeful. He did not quote me anything, but he was hopeful that he could get a better price. So I'm kind of waiting to hear back from him to see what we can do. I mean, it would be nice if we could get a little bit more for it, so.
Good.
Okay,
At least it's not red ink, right?
I'm sorry.
At least it's not red ink.
Oh, yes, yes, absolutely.
Anything else, gentlemen?
You heard Clyde about the trailer position. It might not be a bad idea on Airport Road now.
I would agree with him on that, and it keeps everything away from airport operations.
Right.
It's more visible. I did want to say one thing. We were talking about the storage unit location. One of the problems on that would be because it would be private property, there would be an insurance.
Oh, that was,
Possible
that was
insurance.
stalled now.
I'm sorry.
Is that why that was turned down?
Well, he didn't actually turn it down. I heard him say that he said no. He did not actually say no. The insurance issue came up. The meeting with Clyde went well as far as the possible location. I think it would be advantageous to us to have it off of Airport Road there.
I do too.
And then the insurance issue would not be an issue. The other thing was Bill Good and I, we didn't get into a discussion about it, but I believe there might be a rent requirement as well.
Well,
And so
that doesn't surprise me.
so we didn't get into that specifically, but after hearing that, I wanted to meet with Clyde, and things sounded very positive there. So
Okay. Good.
and I appreciate your help on that, Commissioner.
You bet.
Oh, thank you, Tim.
Okay, well, thank you. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
We don't have, was Laura,
Just under a text, but.
don't have her yet. You're here, Robin, or so are you guys, okay.
Veteran
Let's
services
go
are
to
here.
veteran service here. You guys were being so quiet back there. I didn't even see you, Dominic, and I talked to you earlier. You're supposed to be coughing and hacking or something.
Morning. This is the morning?
Yeah. I know, not for long. We can hustle up.
Okay, before I start, there's a whole lot of people in here. How many veterans? Why have you not been in to see me?
We're seeing you now.
It's gonna make money when you sing.
Yeah, you do. Just come see me. All right.
Nice plug.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take advantage anytime I can.
Oh, here comes Laura. Should be.
Yeah, I can work through this pretty quick. You ready?
Yes, did you have a one sign? Oh,
Oh, yeah, bro.
all righty.
All right, so days open, we had 18 days open. I was in the office all 18 days. Scheduled appointments, I had 59 scheduled. 2 of those were home visits. I had 1 no-show, and then obviously with the weather last week, I had 2 cancellations. I keep telling people all the time, I have no problem doing home visits. One of those home visits is a Gulf War vet who has been stuck in his house last 3 years because his symptomology is so bad he can't get out of the house. Walk-ins, I had 32. I established 7 new power of attorneys, so I'm now at a total of 59. So that's 59 veterans that were in the county before that were not working with the previous VSOs. New and increased claims submitted was 17. So that's 58 total now, and then 28 of those are first-time claims. Those are veterans that have never filed a claim, never registered with the VA.
So that's gonna help bolster our numbers. And speaking of numbers, real quick, I kept hearing that we had more veterans per capita in this county than any other county in the state. It's not true, we're second. And I burned those numbers off the 2020 census and then using the GDX report from 2022. I bet you can't guess which county's got the most.
In the state?
Yeah. El Paso County.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, they have 700, they have a population of 720,000 and they've got 90,000 plus veterans or.
But per capita, then
Per
they
capita.
beat us.
Yeah, by 0.2%.
Then you popped our bubble.
0.2%.
By 0.2%. So this is why getting those veterans in, getting them registered, it helps bolster those numbers. So my goal is to reclaim that number one spot. Based on population, we're number 54 in the state. So, you know, the fact that we're second per capita is speaks volumes. But you know, chasing down those veterans hiding in the hills, that's what I'm after. and these folks behind me that haven't been seen.
Don't use the word chase.
Well, you know what I mean. Supplemental claims, again, those are ones where claims have been denied in the past. And then finding new and relevant evidence to support the claim. So I've got 5 of those in last month, so that's 15 total. Higher level reviews. Higher level reviews is this something has been denied and it's a mistake on the VA's part, and I identify it and I can push back. And it's not an appeal, but it's basically pushing back. It's a step below doing an appeal. So I've got 2 of those going. And then new intent to files, I've got 24, so it's 78 total. And again, intent to files of those, we're notifying the VA sometime in the next 12 months, we're going to file a claim. So it just helps maximize the back payment that veteran's going to get. No new debt waivers. I still got those 2 that are still pending for over 130 grand in debt to the VA, which I'm trying to waive. Finally starting to see some results. Well, backtrack here. As of the end of October, I've got 73 new claims filed. As of the end of the day yesterday, I'm at 84. So that's in the 3 months. But now we're starting to see results. I'm getting claimed and rating decisions back. So of the claims that I filed, I've gotten 8 claims rated. 6 of those saw favorable outcomes. 2 of them were denied. One because he was a guest of the state or a guest of the county. So he missed his CMP appointment. The other one, he got confused by the question that the CMP evaluator asked and said the wrong thing. So his claim got denied, but that's one of those I pushed back. So both of those will likely get turned around. The 6 that I got rated, 3 of those are now at 100%. So one of those actually came in to see me and he was at 30%. So he was getting a total of $500 a month. And he came in to see me just to meet me and get his benefits summary letter so he could take over to Human Services and get on LEAP. So I invited him back 2 months after I filed his claim and said, well, here's your new letter, take it back over there. You don't need county assistance because your $500 is now $3,600, tax-free with all the benefits that come along with it. So he was surprised and shocked. He was hoping to get another 10%. But again, my goal for everybody that walks through my door is 100%. And if I'm not doing that, I'm doing a disservice. So 3 of those 6 are now at 100%. So 1 from 30% to 100, 1 from 50 to 100, and then 1 from 90 to 100. 2 of those, that was initial claim. So now at 10%, but I'm still chasing and pursuing things. Now that I have access to the records, I can pursue things further. So they'll likely see increases as well. 1 was service connected for something, but it didn't increase his overall compensation, but I'm still working with him on other stuff. So he'll likely get bumped to 100 as well. As far as what that means in terms of numbers, I increased the compensation just with those 6 veterans by almost $8,200 a month between the 6 of them. If I count retro pay and project out to the end of this year, that's $56,000 between those folks. That's now coming into the county. And again, tax-free federal dollars, getting people off county assistance, and that's money that those folks are spending in the county. As far as outreach goes, last month, I'm now a fixture on the American Legion. Well, Christy and I both are fixtures on the American Legion post meetings, and we update them on what's going on and share information. Same with the VFW. So we were at their meeting. So I didn't get to the VFW meeting last month because I actually went and picked up all my stuff from Junction. I'm not gonna steal Robin's thunder, but we did have the Veterans Fire Mitigation Team focus group at the Beckwith Ranch. So a lot of good information came out of that we were able to share back with Robin.
Before you leave, go back. The veterans is there a veterans dinner? this year?
There is,
It may be in the paper and I missed it.
so it is. Valley Bible.
Valley Bible
Yeah, but Valley Bible Fellowship. So normally American Legion sponsors it and puts
Right.
it on, but the veterans
Yep,
Bible, yeah,
they had a joint one last year.
right. So now the Valley Bible Fellowship has taken it on, and they're paying for the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah,
When is it?
It's on. It's this Saturday at 4:00.
Okay, it's in the papers and all that.
Yeah, it's been posted. I've shared it on
I
Facebook
think
as well.
I've seen.
Yeah, I've shared it on Facebook, and the point of contact is Joy Lowe. So you just need to reach out to her and
Right.
it's for a veteran plus one. So they can't accommodate the whole family, but veteran plus one.
Okay.
But that is this Saturday. On the 21st, Christy and I, we rented a U-Haul truck and box truck and went out to Pueblo and picked up the grocery boxes that were sponsored by Center of American Values. I think it was like close to $300 of groceries in each box, but we were able to provide for 40 veterans and their families. So we went, grabbed that stuff, brought it back in and dispersed. 28th, I was out at the Barbie Ranch with Operation Equine. They were doing an equine therapy demonstration. Who was out there with Christy. So we're supporting what they're doing and what they're trying to bring to the valley. As far as equine therapy. And again, that's not just for veterans, that's for veterans, first responders and their families, which is huge. The Veterans Coffee Social, we do that every Wednesday. So we had 4 events last month and we were averaging about 7 veterans per week. Lucas was at the one this morning. I think we had about 20 veterans there this morning. So it was a good turnout this morning. And we're always getting somebody new every week, which is great because then that's another veteran that I can, get on my
Where was
soapbox.
that?
It's at the library on Main Street. So I get on my soapbox and preach and get them in and get them squared away. As far as upcoming stuff, we've added a coffee social and a walk-in claims / resource clinic out in Wetmore at the community center out there. So we're doing that on the first Thursday of the month. We were supposed to do it last week Thursday, but I was ill, so we didn't make it out there. But we're gonna do a makeup day next week, and then we're gonna continue doing that on the first Thursday as long as there's a turnout. If there's not, then we'll pull it back. But if there's a demand, then we'll double it. But that's for those folks that can't get over this way. I want to make sure we're getting everybody. On the 20th, Christy and I are going to visit the McCandless State Veterans Nursing Home, and we're going to go down to Spanish Peaks to the Community Living Center. Just introduce ourselves. We've got veterans from this community that are being cared for at those facilities, so I want to make sure they know who we are, introduce ourselves. But I also want to vet. I already know they're great facilities, but I just want to vet because if I'm sending folks out to these facilities or recommend them, I want to know that they're being cared for. So we're gonna go out and do visits that day. Also on the 20th, Mount Carmel South is gonna be coming up this way, and he's got 20 turkeys for veterans. He's also gonna be bringing Christy a new fridge and a chest freezer for our food pantry over there. And then the Veterans Advisory Council, I want to start doing interviews next month so that way we can roll into January. So get through the holidays and then January have our first meeting and get that going. And then our veterans own business director, that's just ever evolving. I'm meeting people all the time that it's veteran owned businesses and they're here in the county. So I want to keep adding them and pushing that stuff out. That's what I've got.
And are you or Christy or both gonna be at that meeting on the 30th with Mount Carmel?
The meeting with the rest.
With Veterans Community.
Which one?
12 to 2 at the bowling alley.
What's that one?
You're on
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Christy.
Yeah, just ask the foreman, she knows. Yes, we'll be there.
It was probably more in her lane and she just forgot to tell you yet.
No, I probably got it. I just 22 people in my office last 2 days. I've not looked at my email.
So, all right.
How many veteran-owned businesses do we have
A lot.
here?
Yes.
Awesome.
And I just had a loafing shed put in this weekend and it was veteran owned. And I didn't realize he was veteran owned. I'm like, oh, we need to add you to the directory. So yeah, he's a good guy. Anything else for me?
I move we accept the report.
I would second. Any further discussion on that? This is the form that we need to
His
sign
contacts,
for him to send back into the state.
keeping gainfully employed.
Yeah.
No comment.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion on the floor to approve, the Veterans Service, the Veterans Affairs. What's your number on this again?
For
Your, form.
all the CVA 26.
CVA 26 form. I'm terrible with those.
Well, that's why I'm terrible with names.
So those in favor of approving that signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. And we'll have this for you now. Here you go, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I would just like to say something. I appreciate you so much being over there because we are sending people over there.
Oh, that's why I'm
Easier to find.
That's why. People, because we need those award letters and you are just Johnny on the spot with that and we really, really appreciate it. Because we can get benefits to people quicker that way when we have that. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Yeah, and then those veterans that are receiving services with you, you need to send them my way so I can get them off of that. That way,
We'll work together.
well, that way there's money in the pot for other folks.
Yeah, no, it's a great thing. Yeah, yeah. But yes, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Okay, my veterans. You know, I'm right there. You can see me.
Thank you, guys.
Uh,
I don't talk as much as Dominic.
Better stay and watch her.
I'm going to, I want to make sure she doesn't talk about it.
She was probably gonna bring that meeting up, so I asked out of turn or something.
Yes, we'll be there. So I was looking at data also, guys, and did you know that Custer County has over 50% of veterans that are 65 and over? So when I'm trying to bring Mount Carmel services here, like transition and employment, like who here is looking for a job? Exactly. So I'm trying to have to pivot and figure out what kind of services do we need, right? And so last night at the Legion meeting, somebody brought up dialysis. They have to go away for dialysis. And then a lot of folks were saying that too. So I guess that's what I'm going to work on next is why don't we have dialysis here? And how can I help? So yeah, heads up on that one.
I think that's something good to look into.
Yeah.
You're right. It seems like everybody's going down the hill, so.
Yes.
Not literally.
Yes.
No, literally.
I guess in either case. it is.
Up and over and down.
Yes. But yeah. We have a high percentage of veterans at retirement age, which even looking at non-veterans, it's also a very, it's like a retirement community. I love that. Yes. So if you guys hear of any other services that we need to bring in, I can, especially for veterans, I can help with that. Yes. What else do we have? Some future initiatives that we're working on here are equine therapy, healing retreats. We had a meeting with Ed over at the Catholic Church, who is a veteran and he has years of like healing retreats. He's wrote like 3 books on trauma and grief and forgiveness. And he is more than willing to host some healing retreats at the Catholic Church there. And so what Mount Carmel does is fill the gaps, right, that the VA doesn't have. So we're talking like alternative therapies, massage, yoga, art therapy. And that's my jam, right? That's all the things I'm interested in. So I'm trying to plan some retreats like in the spring, using the pines. And then I would also love to get like a veteran community garden center going. So that's what all I'm working on.
There's a garden club here.
No.
Rocky Mountain, I forget what they call
High
it.
altitude.
High altitude.
The high altitude,
You could do team up with them,
I sure will.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They actually maintain around the
courthouse.
courthouse building.
nice. Yeah. I sure will
Volunteer,
get with
they do a
them.
lot of volunteer stuff.
And then maybe you can reach out to Barry Keene, he's on the hospital district board. And then Dr. Brown with public health and see where you get there with
Dialysis.
dialysis.
Yes,
So. And I'll send you Barry Keene's contact.
thank you so much.
So there are people that need dialysis that need to be hauled somewhere, or they need to have it here, or what's the deal?
So, I mean, they are going out of the county to
Have
get
to.
it currently. Apparently, we used to have some at the clinic, dialysis at the clinic.
I don't know.
I don't know.
There's none in Pueblo, so they all have to go to the Springs.
No, that's
Is that not true?
That's not true. They used to have them in Canyon City. And I know that because,
Send 'em.
yeah, 3 days a week, people go down for dialysis. And they were going to a place in
Yeah.
Canyon City and now they're going to a place in Pueblo West.
Yeah,
So I don't know if they closed the Canyon City office. I don't know, or whatever. But yeah, the two of the people that were going there are now going to Pueblo West.
yeah.
And one of them just got a kidney, so yeah.
Good.
But yeah, no, and I've never heard of dialysis being up here at the clinic, but I don't.
Yeah. I mean, even in the meantime, if it's like helping with transportation, to get them there, but long term, why don't we have that service here? Yeah. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a bunch.
So those that don't know how Christy and I work together, we partner. So I'm the veteran service officer, she's the veteran resource officer out of Montgomery. So she fills the voids in the services that the VA doesn't provide. And it allows me to then focus on claims and benefits. So for lack of better term, I take care of long-term needs and Christy's taking care of short-term needs. And she's an invaluable asset. It allows me to focus on that, and I can actually change people's circumstances significantly by doing what I do. So,
Takes care of paperwork, I do fun stuff.
There you go.
Actually, he has a lot of fun with it.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
You were welcome.
I'm gonna be like you, Kevin. It's gonna take you 3 minutes to get over here.
You're bent straightforward, though. You're supposed to talk to him.
No, I just gotta bend and then slowly come up.
Good morning.
Okay. First thing, I don't know what you guys want to do first, but I've got things for you to sign. Did you guys get all of that?
Yep.
Yep, okay. Do you want to review those?
Take us through it. Why do you need them?
Okay, which one do you want to do first? Which one do you guys have pulled up?
Hotline MOU.
Okay, yes,
Right?
yeah, okay.
Okay.
What that is for child welfare and adult protection, there's a 24-hour hotline. And it's in Prowers County, and they charge us to use the hotline. And so, lucky for us, they charge so much per referral. But it's like 24 referrals per year before they start charging us. And so far, we haven't had that.
Okay.
But this is still the MOU that we have with Prowers County so that we can use the hotline.
This
Yeah.
the same, everything is the
Yeah.
last.
Yep, it's all the same. And
Looks it.
yeah, it's just they've increased the amount for referrals, but like I said, since we have not reached our cap before, we're not seeing an increase in it. Actually, right now, we're not paying anything, so.
So how many approving entities are there? Just us and who?
Well,
It says you got.
yeah, well, be you and then Prowers County, because they're the ones,
Then the
and
state
then
confirms that.
and then the state confirms it, so that's why.
Yeah, I move we approve this MOU between Custer County and Prowers County. And it doesn't say for what, it just says the memorandum. And this would be for
It's the hotline,
hotline.
yeah.
Then that's not in the title.
No, it doesn't. It
Kinda
says,
odd.
it is. Yeah, it doesn't say that at all, does it?
Second. Discussion.
None for me. I'm glad we're well, wonderful.
They started out just, every county was supposed to do it for themselves, but small counties, that was causing a problem, and Prowers County stepped up, and now I think it's pretty much Prowers County handles it for the whole state, but I'm not sure. But it works well, and so I have,
You have the signature page.
I do, I
was
copied
looking
the
for that.
signature page, so, because I'll have to send that in. Okay,
Anything else?
Not on that.
okay,
We may have a motion and on the floor, then I will open it for public comment on this item that we have. Okay, those in favor of approving the MOU between Custer County and Prowers County for the hotline, signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
Colorado Department of Services for, what's it called? Certification compliance. You got that one?
yes, I do. I have that one. Okay, what that one is. Years ago. All human services were under the merit system, it was the merit system under the state. And the merit system was the one that made sure that people who worked in El Paso County received the same salaries that people that work in Custer County, based on what their jobs were and their ratings and all of that good stuff. There was always issues with it, and years ago, the executive director of Human Services that time got a little upset because directors were pushing back on how it was being done, and she just did away with it. So now the county sets what our employees are paid. And by the volume 2 rules, they're supposed to make sure that the salaries that we receive are equitable, what is done in the other counties. So we've been doing this for a lot of years, and it's just a thing that just says that our employees are being trained and all this good stuff, and that our salaries are where they are aligned with the rest of the state. They're supposed to be, I don't know what's the surveys done, whatever, to make sure that that's been happening, but I don't know. I don't think over statewide that happens very often at all.
Do you do it?
No, I've never done it. It's not up to me. It's up to the county. It's not up to me because I'm not the one that's really sets that. It's up.
No, I know. I just
Yeah.
wondered
No,
how we get to know to do that would be you saying you need to do a survey.
yeah. The survey was done years ago when the county administrator was in here, and he did that. But yeah, it hasn't been done for a while. But I can get you
How
some
did you
info.
get to where we needed it? Did it expire or something?
No, every year.
Okay, so we've signed this before.
Yes, you have signed this. Yes, this has been every year. This has gone out to the county commissioners to sign, saying, if you read it, that we're being treated fairly and all of this good stuff. And so this is what this is saying, is that you guys are still meeting the compliance of that. There's been talk about doing away with this, but we're still doing it. So that's why it's here. And if you read the volume 2 regs, this is what it's talking about. But here it is. So this one is always a crazy thing that we have to have signed. Says you're going to treat us fairly.
It does say.
It does. That's exactly what it says. We created,
Position shall provide an equitable and adequate compensation. Employees shall be trained as needed to ensure high quality performance. This system shall provide for retaining employees on the basis of the adequacy of their performance, correcting the inadequate performance, separating the employee whose inadequate performance cannot be corrected. System shall assure fair treatment of applicants and employees in all aspects of personal administration without regard to political affiliation, race, color. On and on and on. This fair treatment and principle shall include compliance with all federal equal opportunity and non-discrimination laws.
Well, I know during our budget discussions, we could talk to you about what you need and you bring up pay raises or bonuses
Right,
or whatever. And
right.
so I've just assumed, and that's not a good thing. That
It's just, yeah,
that
this
you're
thing,
that you're not complaining about mistreatment and that you ought
Oh.
to be in line with
Yes.
some of this.
yes, yes.
So that's just,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
But every year we have to sign this thing, and that's because we're not under the merit system. And so they did away with it, but the county still has to comply with these issues. And so,
Well, we haven't had any
no,
complaints.
no, nope. Yeah, and this has been going on for years, and directors are going, this is just a silly thing.
It'd be up to us to do the survey,
Right.
not
Yeah,
their department, because that could be
Well, I
Yeah.
get that.
conflict of interest.
That's right.
but I have it.
So do you know if any other county?
Any other counties
counties
have done
a
that?
survey?
Every so often we'll get a thing from a county wanting to know, but what are you paying for this person? What are you paying for your caseworkers, supervisors? What are you paying for this?
Okay.
Good, so that we all try to stay in line with that.
Maybe we ought to consider doing that the next year.
Yeah, I think we need to find out when was the last one done
Yeah,
first, and then take that information and
We have to.
and look, if another county's done it, they've had to do it statewide, so maybe we can get somebody that did it
Yeah,
last year.
there was a thing that we got, it's been a while. Lisa got it too, and it was asking us to fill out this form. And so we were all wondering if it had something to do with something like this, because it was asking, who do you have? What are your employees' titles? What is this? But it seemed to be more all over the county besides just this.
are your titles supposed to be the same?
Yes,
So
yep, yeah,
in theory,
caseworkers, yes, I am tax directors, whatever the titles. And, in larger counties, you'll have child welfare workers, 1, 2, 3s, then supervisors or whatever, because they have
I
more.
know we've gone through that with you before.
Yeah, so, yeah, and
Right.
so it's just a thing that's supposed to keep us all lined up with everybody in the state, which was never lined up with the larger counties anyhow, because they had a higher rating. So you started out with the larger counties and come down to smaller counties. And so of course we're going, yeah, they say that we're still equitable, but we're not, because they have us down here, but that's because it cost of living is higher in Denver County or whatever. And so they took that into consideration.
Sure.
But that's how that works.
Yeah, so we go through, would there be 6 or 7 of us that are considered a class 4 county or
Yeah,
whatever?
whatever that is. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
We talked.
we are called balance of state, which is what we're considered when we talk anything to do with the state human services. Because you have your large.
Generic bucket.
Yeah, well, balance of state counties, it helps us a little bit because we're small and we don't get the allocations that other counties do, but because we are small, they do give us some other things. And one of them is gonna be something I'm gonna talk about with this one, okay, that I need you to sign to.
I moved that we sign it.
I'll second it.
We have a motion on the floor to sign the letter to the Colorado Department of Human Services in regards to the 2024 County Merit System certification. Any further discussion?
None for me.
Any public comment? Sir?
Yeah, it sounded to me like you just moved to sign a document stating something you have no proof is true.
That's what my point was.
Well, you don't, like, he was reading
gotta
some of
get
this
it out.
stuff and all of that is true. Okay, yeah, do you know that all employees are, treated with respect and this type of stuff.
But fair and equitable across the counties, you don't know that. You haven't done the survey.
One thing we did do that you didn't see, Jim, and it's a good point, is that when we had our budget talks, and we've had other talks, whether on tier 1, 2s, and 3s and salaries. But you're right, there was no survey. It was what they did and what they got from the equitable bucket, or whatever you call it, the
Well, balanced state.
balance of the state.
Yeah.
So we need to clean up our act next year. Otherwise, what's the deadline on this? We don't have time to do a survey.
Oh, no, you don't have time to do a survey. I don't know, it's not on this, it's one on, it's over at the office.
January 1 of each year.
Yeah, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So we gotta do it. Okay,
Yeah, but you know, this has been. I don't know, it's a strange thing.
I have enough confidence that we can't say verbatim, everybody's the same, but I think we comply
Right,
in
Yeah.
general.
in general, yes.
Anything else?
Well,
Go ahead.
but to follow,
Oh, you got a follow up? Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say to follow up, has anybody asked Fremont County how much they pay their,
Human
elect-
services.
Or whatever.
Human
This is
services
case-
director.
And things of that nature.
Is this county employees or just your department?
Just my department,
Just your department? Oh, that's
Just-
interesting.
Yeah.
just my department, because we were under the state
Just your department.
human services
Right.
years ago.
That's a separate
It's
chain
a
all the way
separate-
down from
it's
the
a
state.
separate-
It's like the
That
public
in
health.
Of itself is kind of weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But have you asked Fremont County how much they pay their case service workers?
Yes, I have asked that.
And
I asked Fremont County, but Fremont County is not a good county to ask because they're a larger county.
they're just next.
so we can prorate, you
Yes.
can,
But I've talked
Yeah.
to like Warpino County, I've talked to Bent counties, I have talked to Kyle
And your
county.
answer is, oh, we're okay, or.
Oh, yeah.
My people are getting paid
We're,
way too much.
no, I don't see that.
you never said that in these
No,
budget
I
meetings.
did not say that.
That's why I said I'm
Finish
comfortable enough to
I'll
sign it now.
finish
but-
my comment with, based upon what you said. I will not bring up this in any legal manner that you're signing documents you are basically not telling the truth on.
Oh, no, because that's not what
And,
this says.
that you do have information that would suggest this is true. However, the Board of Commissioners is not following.
That's right.
The state law and needs to start following. the
Gotta
state
comply.
Yeah, they should, yeah, because they should read what it talks about in volume 2, and there's a link here that talks about it. But yeah, I mean, we try to make sure that that the employees are being paid.
law. Yeah,
But
I have
yeah.
no doubt.
Yeah, but you know, we can't base it on what they're paying in Denver County because it's not equitable. So we try to look at the rural counties. And I know rural counties who aren't getting quite as much as us, and I know rural counties that are getting more than us. So we're right there.
Yeah, I understand all of that, but
Yeah.
there is a process the state wants done.
That's right.
Yeah.
If we're not following it, if we had a county administrator, maybe it would get followed as it did before.
So what's the significance that you don't sign this report by the 1st, but you tell them, hey, we realized we didn't do the survey, we want to do the survey, we need a 30-day extension? I mean,
I don't know. We could do that and see what they say. You know, it just says that it needs to be signed, and we've always, you know, before we had done the survey years ago. And so, we signed it, they signed it, but we could do that.
is this, I mean, how much notice did you have that you needed this survey done?
Oh, I
And
just
did
got,
you-
the survey? I mean, this comes every year and
She
every,
knows it, and in fact, that's why I brought it up. She could have said, it's coming on now, let's make something, let's get ready to do it back in July or something.
Yeah.
Just a process or procedure that ought to be adopted inside of Human Services to bring it to the board. And in fact, the managing commissioner now, as opposed to a county administrator. He is the de facto county administrator for you. Would be, who do you report to?
It's an HR.
It's human services. It's Kevin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you bring it up to Kevin and then Kevin can talk to us and we go put a survey. We'll do it.
Okay.
Just get that in the
We're gonna put
policy.
Survey, that's fine with me. I mean,
But,
I don't care. If we don't return it,
What we can do.
I don't know what would happen. Maybe nothing.
Well, what we can do in the
You know.
meantime, Laura, it has to be turned in by the 1st of January. We can still do what Joy suggested. Find out what it is to go do a survey. And let's see what it takes. And then send it out.
Okay.
If we don't, I think it's good to have another discussion on. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And this is gonna change in 25 to every other year.
Yeah.
From what it looks like.
So I think we're gonna be good.
Whatever you
Let's
want.
get us some data and then we can bring it up at the
Whatever you wanna
mid.
do.
To see what you find.
Okay, I don't,
You want, so we table that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's go through the survey. Let's find out. Let's make sure that we're doing right, move forward.
So would you like to withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw.
You seconded, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you withdraw your second?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Removed, I will get with you and we'll.
okay.
Next,
Next is the intergovernment agreement. Amendment, okay. This is new. Before, the state pays for all of our computers. They're leased every 3 years, they change them out, we're on different cycles when we get, which person's gonna get a new computer. Because of the cost of them, they have now given us an allocation. And if we go over that allocation, then the county has to kick in what would be above the allocation. So our allocation for this year, we're gonna replace one computer. And the allocation is $2,165. That's what it is it's a laptop, it's the monitors, it's docking station, it's keyboard, it's all of that type of thing. If we go over that, then the county would have to kick in. If it's an extra $200, we would have to kick in for that. But we only have one this year, and that's what it would be. They started this just because the cost of equipment.
what was it called?
It's called an intergovernment agreement.
That's it, the IGA?
The IGA,
Amendment number 1.
right?
No other name.
Yeah. And so, yeah, they just started that, and we are what is called an option 2 county, which means that they bring the equipment in, they set it up and they do everything. Some bigger counties have their own IT people and it's just to the door. That means they order them, they put them up themselves. We're small, so we're an option 2 county and they're gonna do that. We just had last month, they came in and brought us new scanners and new, not scanners, server, and replaced all that for nothing. So, but they've started on the laptops and all of that, laptops and the monitors and all that stuff. They've started to have to, it's costing more, so that's why they give us an allocation. And then if we go above that, then the county has to kick in.
So where does it say that in here? Because all it's telling me is that we're the contractor, Jared Polis is the state of Colorado signing them. And the comptroller, that's it.
How many pages do you have? There.
Because there's like,
I've got 14.
yeah, there's a lot of
It
them,
goes through the software, goes through.
Yeah, it goes some.
all of that.
Yeah, it's got. Huh. So it's a software agreement service thing.
Yeah, and if you look on the signature page, it just talks about, we agreed to the allocation that was given to us. And then, Custer County they will send us a thing about the computers and this is what.
So when did you get this one?
Oh, I just got this month.
And when's it have to be turned in?
I don't know what it says on this thing.
Vern has to interface with this too, then.
No,
No,
No, I don't
he-
mean, that from that point of view.
because of its class 2 county, they provide all the IT support.
Oh, okay. So it's
They,
not
they
not a
provide,
money deal then. It's just
When
support
I would-
itself.
it's just for the one computer that we're gonna get this year. And it's, we're allocated $2,165 for that computer.
I
If
see.
we go
Makes
over
more
that,
sense.
if, when we're looking at this and we end up paying, you know, two
Okay, I
thousand,
get it.
yeah, a little over that, then the county would have to put. What has happened?
Did you have to apply for it? They just did it on their own.
This is what we're allocated. We have
I get it.
we have nothing to do with the allocation. What has happened? COVID happened. COVID did this because counties needed laptops when COVID happened. Because
Right.
we needed to be able to work from home. So then we were going to the state saying, we need laptops, we need this, and they were providing those. Well, now they're finding out that costs a lot of money. And it was, yes, and so now they're saying, okay, we're gonna still provide this service to you, but we're gonna cap it at this. And if you want additional, like instead of what they're saying, we're gonna get a laptop, we're gonna get the monitor, we're gonna get the docking station, we're gonna get a backpack, we're gonna get all of this stuff. But if we want extra, we look at that and say, okay, we want such and such besides that,
Mhm.
then the county has to pay for that.
Got it. I understand.
You see what I'm saying?
We would have had to pay for it anyway if they didn't have this program to make.
Oh, yeah.
We'd have
no.
to buy computers. For
You
Okay, I
would,
get it.
you would, because
We'd be silly not to take it.
absolutely,
Because
yes,
It's there.
yes, yeah, because we have 5 people and we all have laptops and monitors and everything else. And now we have the laptops, because before we had our desktops and then we had laptops over here. Well, now the laptops are hardware, not the server, but it's a docking station. It's a hard dock. And so if we need to go someplace else, we can unplug that and take it with us.
Okay.
So we're not paying for additional hardware. Thank you, that's the word,
You're welcome.
that we don't need anymore.
Okay.
And those docking stations are smaller and they're just right there.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah, and they do warn in that agreement, if you don't do the agreement, you don't. The
Yeah.
state can just decide.
Then they
It's
won't.
done.
And right now, yeah,
for it all.
Astonished comes up and they just, like I said, they're gonna come up, they're gonna install them. If we have a problem with it, we call, they come up, they fix it, they do whatever. So, yeah. It's,
One thing I would point out would be that this is a 3-year lease,
mhm.
and that's one of the things we're dealing with, so.
Or leases.
We need to make sure that Kelly, if we approve this, Kelly has a copy of this as well as Lisa.
Okay. And it's
So
just
you capture
for
that.
this one computer.
Right.
Yeah, because, all these computers that we have, the 3-year leases up on each one of them differently. And so this is just for this computer, and it's a 3-year lease on this one.
Yep, we gotta get into the track.
And this lease does go through our budget, or is this?
It's an,
Pass through.
it's an allocation.
Okay.
So as long as we don't order any additional equipment,
Okay.
then it will cover that. Okay? And so that's what this is about. When they just started this, because computer
Okay.
software and stuff is expensive. So,
And I move we sign this one.
okay.
It's IGA.
I'll second.
Yeah, I have a motion on the floor to sign the IGA. For
Agreement
the
number.
3-year lease for the laptop. To be furnished to Human Services. Any further discussion here at the table? Any public comment? Sir?
This kind of relates back, Matt Miles. Did I understand the Human Services Director to say that it would be a conflict of interest for her to call various counties to see what they're paying people and then report that to the board?
No, I think I said that, but I think if she called for a survey, herself, for her to call up and just say, this is roughly what I've discovered. Anybody can do that. That's not a conflict, but to order up the survey of the county thing might be a conflict. It'd be better if the commissioners called it up,
Well, that's what we need to do,
because that's who it charges. It charges us, the commissioners, not
not her.
her, the director, to make sure we're in compliance.
Well, you have to be in compliance, but why can't she just gather the factual information and then give it over to the commission so they can act on it to put us in compliance? In other words,
Didn't have to be more on you.
Well, if we all don't see it as a conflict of interest, then no, then she could do that.
As long as she supplies the data, it's broad.
The emails from the,
You know, she called this telephone number or whoever. I think that is a survey.
and how would an administrator help do that? I mean, what would they do? Would they make the call that there was a conflict? It wouldn't alleviate the conflict, I wouldn't say.
So you're gonna make some calls in the meantime.
Well,
That's what you
okay.
said you were gonna do before.
Oh,
You're gonna find out.
no, I never said I was
No,
gonna
but-
make any calls. No, I did not.
You were
say
gonna
that.
find out if there was an extension. That allow us to do it.
Oh, to find out if we don't sign this, what would happen? Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I can ask that.
Just to find out if we got some time to do a survey.
Okay,
Okay, that was previous action. Let me find this one again. Okay, anything else?
Your question on
Just to comment on Mr. Miles' comment, you could decide to do the survey and ask the night janitor to do the survey for you. It doesn't make any difference, but it's your obligation to initiate this process of the survey,
Yeah.
regardless of who actually does it.
And I'll make one comment and then we'll come back to the item that we have.
Yeah,
before
right.
us Now,
All right.
because we're past that and there's no motion on the floor for that. It states in there that we're obligated to do the certification, not that we are obligated to do this survey as commissioners. And that's, we can look at, check that wording, but anyhow, that's not on the floor at this time. We have an IGA on the floor at this time. Any public comment on that? Nothing online. Those in favor of signing the IGA as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
okay.
It's got 3 signature lines, I believe.
Yeah, it does. And then there's this one here on the front page too. Let me see what I do with the other one. Did I give you that other one? No, not that one. The one that goes with this one.
Oh, no, you have not.
Yeah, because I just had it in my hand. That's that one, that's that. There it is.
We're gonna move on into your reporter. Do you need a break before we do the rest of her report, or are you good till she finishes?
What I really want to do, because
Okay,
I need
tell if
these
there's
two,
anything wrong.
I need these 2 checks signed. These are, one is an emergency services check, for propane,
for my community service block grant. And the other one is for, we had to get some medical information for an adult protection case, and they're charging us $49 for that. And then this is for the emergency services. So I need to get those signed so that I can get those out, especially for the emergency services.
Okay,
Okay,
I would entertain a motion on that.
I move to accept those. Jackson will sign them.
Second. Discussion.
That's,
Public comment on those?
I have a question. How much is the propane? Is it like one thing?
yeah, it is. It was and
Put commissioner on each one of these.
okay. Yes, it was propane that was filled for somebody that didn't have the funds to do that. We have a grant. And so we filled the propane and now we're paying the bill.
You do that every month for some people, or is?
No, it's only if it's an emergency situation. And they have to be, their income has to be below the guideline and that type of stuff.
So they're vetted.
Mhm. Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely. There you go. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so. Oh, who's gonna sign these for me? Who's gonna sign these for me?
Well, as soon as we pass that motion.
Okay.
So I do have it checking online. Nothing there. Those in favor of signing the two checks as presented, signify by saying aye.
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 We got two from you.
All right, I was
same thing
delayed
he
there.
did because. That's for a
Hey,
moment.
Gus,
There's only
place for two or one.
one.
Yeah, just one.
Then I move we let Kevin sign.
I second.
Do we need that motion?
We said we wanted to have two signatures. And if it wasn't, we just read it how you did. So,
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to allow me to sign these two checks by myself with an attestation from Kelly Camper as
is it on there already?
county clerk. No, it is not on there
No, no.
already.
I'm gonna hand it to her.
Okay. Aye.
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 Affirmation.
Okay,
Probably below the threshold. Then.
Pretty much.
okay. All right, so then I just have my monthly reports here, if you guys want, if you wanna look at them.
You got anything that's different?
No, the only thing,
hosed?
no, yeah,
Because I see it looks the same.
yeah, it is. The only thing that I was gonna talk about was, we were talking about LEAP started, October 1st.
Right.
Well,
No.
it starts November 1st, but we start getting applications in October 1st. Last year, we received and processed 221 applications for the period of November 1st through April 30th of the following year. This, in the month of October, we took in and processed 110 of those 221 applications. So we don't know how many more we're going to get because we've just started. But yeah, it has been a crazy October and still into November. The first payment comes out in November. So I think it's the day before Thanksgiving.
So
or
this
something.
100, what is, it's not on there yet.
It's not on there. They just, the state, when they sent me an allocation for LEAP for admin payments, showed that they looked at how many cases that we had processed, and it was 221. And that's cases that were either approved or denied or whatever, but we still had to process them. They came in the door and we had to process them.
Yeah.
So yeah, we almost half of those cases, the number of cases that we had last year, we got in the month of.
Okay.
So are you allocated, last year you had 165,000.
Oh,
allocated
as far
for
as the
that.
money goes on that, we don't do an allocation on that at all. We don't do anything with that. Yeah, they have the money up there and they disperse it. My allocation is just for admin costs
Okay.
to the employee is what that is. But yeah, the money is, they set the payments, they do all of that. I got for Energy Outreach Colorado, which is another grant, we got 6,000 this year to help with people with propane. Black Hills, they're doing Black Hills again separately. And they're already in the first quarter saying they're low on funds. Well, I was like, okay. Which what that means is if somebody later on is there, if they're out if out of money at Black Hills, we can't supplement it out of our
Right.
grant because
Because they'll not do theirs.
they won't do that. I can use it for propane, I can use it for wood, but I can't use it. I can use it for any other electric companies as San Isabel Electric, San Rita Crystal, but I can't use it for Black
They
Hills.
made a special deal with that.
They made a special deal. I think it was $600,000 or some crazy thing that they gave them. But anyhow, so that's what I've got for right now. I'm good if you guys are good.
And that's part of that grant for the propane, that's an
Yes.
energy outreach.
Energy outreach grant, and then we have our community service block grant that we also can use if we need to. That's just emergencies. We do rent, we do all kinds of stuff out of that, but utilities is another one we can do out of that grant. Okay,
All right,
all righty. Thank you, guys.
thank you.
Thank you. I'll get with you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. All right, Kelly.
Ooh.
Okay, we'll take a
You're just the door
quick
opener.
break here before we move on.
Yeah.
We're still on visits in the back, so I would ask everybody to
Say
be
what?
courteous. Finance department's conducting business, so could you ask people to be courteous and, you
Yeah,
know,
if you're going to the restroom, let's go through the white door, not
thank you.
down through that office if we could, please. So, thank you. All right, if everybody wants to take a seat, we'll get started again.
Log in again. I hate this.
That's why I'm not working. So I work part of the day out. I'm sure they should.
Responsible.
Okay, time is now 12:28 PM.
Oh, yeah.
The time is now 12:28 PM and I will reconvene this meeting of the Board of Commissioners. Robin, you are up.
All
You
right,
must have read the agenda.
I did. Kelly helped me.
Welcome.
Thank
Change
you.
it over.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know, probably. I don't know. We're doing all kinds of.
She delegated, I think.
Okay, well, just to recap, the EMPG, which is a grant that is a state administered federal grant through the state. The EMPG is an emergency management performance grant. It has been, grant guidance has been released for 2024. And so we'll be working on our work plan for December 2023. Which includes a lot of good things in the planning and preparedness realm. Our EMPG Special Projects Grant funding, we did request a generator and list of supplies since we have no Emergency Operations Center. We have what's called an EOC in a box. So we have a trailer. And we were able to not only get 3 more radios, but a 40 kilowatt generator, which is over in the lot. If you haven't seen it, it's a great big generator that will basically power a building. So if we needed to open a shelter and there was no generator, for example, power outage or snow or blizzard, we would have that. It's not dedicated to any one building, but for emergency use. And we've already driven it out once to the radio tower when there was an outage up there a couple weeks ago. So I think that's going to be an excellent resource, and it is stored in the sheriff's lot behind the fence. So if anybody needs a generator, certainly contact me. The HMPG grant, which is the Hazard Mitigation Plan grant, we did close that out as of October 31st. And we do have a FEMA approved hazard mitigation plan. And that'll be good until 2028. We do have that grant eligible now for other grant funding since we have that plan. So we'll be looking at what other kind of mitigation funding would be available. We also closed out our Homeland Security grant, and we completed that grant purchase by the end of October 31st. And that also included radios for the school. So every teacher will have a radio in the classroom and increase our safety in the school for our kids. We have 6 or 7 of the radios out to the preschool since they don't have a alarm system in the back outside the school. So we've piloted that, just putting 6 or 7 radios in place and developing procedures with the SRO and principal and superintendent. And then we'll decide on a training date and get all of those radios deployed. The cyber grant, I still have heard nothing on. Vernon put in that application. We don't know about that. The mitigation grant deadline for the co-swap program, which is run out of the state Department of Natural Resources. And Dominic talked a little bit about this. I asked for his help because of the large number of veterans. We thought this might be a potential workforce opportunity. It's a workforce grant, and we met that deadline on the 27th of October. It's $100,000 grant with a $25,000 emergency services budget for 2024, tentatively approved, as I talked about last budget session. The workforce training grant would be scheduled to start in January, and we should get notified by mid-December. And that could bring some jobs to the county. It could also bring mitigation, fire mitigation through neighborhoods as we identify in our CWPP, which is the Custer County Wildfire Preparedness Program grant, which we are writing. That is not done yet, but we have had, I think, 3 meetings, and we're getting our wildfire risk map ready so we can identify those priority areas who are at extreme or at high risk. As you know, we continue to have lots of training. I attended the ICS train-the-trainer class in Pueblo, and now am certified to be able to teach ICS training here in the county, and we'll be offering that to whole community, whether that's county employees, volunteer groups, our partners around the county who might want to take that kind of training and get in on our uniform training program. We continue to have our Custer County Emergency Services meeting monthly, and we'll follow up on our St. Charles Fire after action review items, and we'll bring those forward as action items for things that we can improve upon, things that we learned for the St. Charles Fire. Our EOC was activated virtually for 4 days, October 23rd through the 26th, as a result of the St. Charles Fire. Even though we had a pre-evacuation planning, we attended lots of meetings with the fire service, U.S. Forest Service, briefings with the morning briefings, and then the planning meetings in the evening between the sheriff's office. We now have 4 liaisons with the sheriff's office that have been dedicated to be kind of a good communication from the sheriff's office to OEM. And then we had the posse, who was also activated for the pre-evacuation and some roadblocks. The heaviest lift was on PIO Cree, who did a fabulous job. There's a lot of coordination that happens between cross-boundary disasters. And we, even Pueblo had most of the fire on Pueblo land. And of course, it was really the Custer side that had potential evacuation of residents. And so that's how we got involved, since there was a potential for us to be affected. But we did a great job coming together and meeting the demands of public information, and working together with Pueblo and U.S. Forest Service. We have another after action review with Pueblo next Wednesday in Pueblo. And I know the sheriff's office will be going to learn more about things that we can improve upon, and things that went well as well. We did complete all the grants. We are planning to offer those 100 and 700 ICS classes. We're working on a work plan for all of our training, which will probably be about monthly throughout 2024. We also will have a Colorado Emergency Preparedness Assessment, which was done about a year ago. So it's been, 2 years ago. So it's been over a year since it's been done. That will also show us areas of strength and areas of concern that we need to strengthen and do planning for. We also will be working on evacuation and reentry planning, alert and warning annexes, and mass care and preparedness. And we'll be putting together a seasonal preparedness calendar for 2024, so we can focus on the things like now is getting ready for winter weather and safety in winter weather, including putting a kit in your car and things like that. So different seasons do have those different potential preparedness opportunities. We do have 2 dates at the West Custer Library to do wildfire mitigation education. In addition, Reggie Foster with CSU is going to share some preparedness information, and we're going to do 2 more of those library lunch and learns, or whatever they're called, in December. And the last item on the report is the crisis track and survival portal. And this is as a result of Senate Bill 22-206. You may have heard about all of the legislation that had been pushed through after the Marshall Fire. Being such a hot and quick fire, there were a lot of concerns about a number of things. There's still committees that are being put together and meeting about additional evacuation and how that might be improved. In addition, the damage assessment portal is this crisis track. The damage assessment portal was something that was purchased statewide for all the counties and tribes. What I asked for last meeting was for us to consider whether we wanted to utilize that portal or not. I did talk to both JD and our planning and zoning, invited them to the crisis track training in Pueblo for one day on October 31st. Neither one of them were able to come, but I attended that training. It's a very robust program, and essentially damage assessment is what drives potential eligibility for assistance if it gets too big for our county. And so if we do a good job at the damage assessment and are thorough, then we can report that damage. And the way this portal works is pretty interesting. It's not only facing towards the state, because they can roll up these damage assessments in an electronic fashion by county, but it also is a self-report. So if someone has damage, they can get onto this portal and say, I have damage, and then we know about it. So it doesn't, it will help alleviate gaps, because sometimes we don't know there's a pocket of damage in an area and we just don't know about it. So I'm here to make the recommendation that we adopt the crisis track and put in the additional information for the assessors. And that, I think, could be helpful. We use that kind of information when we were looking at the number of homes in the San Isabel fire and how many homes were in a neighborhood, how many homes would we have to evacuate. And of course, it's sometimes hard to determine if the folks are in town. So trying to meld some of those records with seasonal records versus full-time residents, and that helps with evacuation. We can be more efficient.
What's the cost of that?
There is no cost to it. It's a matter of training and using that portal. So if there was a disaster, we would ask people to self-report. Then we would go out and verify the damage. Previously worked these kinds of things a lot, and it's a lot of paperwork if you don't have it electronically. So I was impressed with the program. I think they did a good job putting this together, and it will identify, some of our not only residences, but businesses, historic structures, and things that could be considered the public infrastructure as well as individual homes.
So who loads all the data?
The data was actually taken from public information, public record.
So assessment
and loaded.
data, it says,
Mhm.
out of some website.
Out of some website that, is considered public data. And that has already been loaded for every county. And so
So what do we have to do then to be participate?
there's probably another 8 to 10 hours worth of data that might need to be loaded in there. And I've talked to both Vernon and JD, and the timing is probably more important than the amount of hours. Obviously this is a very busy time of year with the tax things coming forward.
So does this require a commissioner endorsement? What are you asking us for?
Well,
'Cause you can, as OEM, you're recommending you do it.
right.
You're gonna do it, or
Mhm.
if you can coordinate it with the other departments.
Right. Yeah, that my only concerns about this program were a couple. One, our residents don't always like electronic notifications and electronics. Being an older population, they're not necessarily comfortable with online. So I would also suggest we have a paper copy and a way to back up this information.
So you OEM would be doing that
Mhm.
with Vernon's help.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of, making sure that you're aware that this is a portal that's out there with public information that is basically a big database. And we're utilizing that for internal information for damage assessment. There is no privacy information, no social securities, that kind of thing. But it's that public record. I mean, it will be evaluation of property. So the purpose of damage assessment is to try and amass the real picture of what's been damaged. And so if you're going home to home, you have to have a way to assess that, and using that assessor's data for property values or businesses, then amass up into a larger number. The larger the number, the higher the assistance as we go up the chain, if we're not able to handle that at a local level. So that would be a state assistance or federal assistance.
Did you already talk to JD?
Who?
Have you already talked with JD?
Yes, I have talked
And
with JD.
he said it would be, he can support it or not?
He said that he didn't know how much time it would take and was very concerned about the timing of it.
Is there a requirement to get it done within a certain amount of time?
I know they're anxious to get it done,
But that's,
but you know, it's the same old thing. The state wants, you know, everything tomorrow. So,
yeah, but we're not required to do it.
no. So I think we can
We
wait.
do it on our own time. I
Yeah,
don't know
we
why
can
you
wait.
wouldn't work it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't know. Any thoughts?
I'd like to talk to Vernon more about it. I
Yeah,
mean,
Cause it's, you don't wanna waste time.
if this would take care of or take away a bunch of human time, employee time, input and gathering
Yeah,
that,
correct.
that we all do now, Kelly and JD and Vernon, and to come up with our numbers. That'd be great. If it doesn't take that and requires even more time, then I'm concerned.
Well, and again, there may, people have to spend time. That means money. It's something they don't do in their own jobs. So that would be, but I mean, taking it on, and then if it has to be worked in next year, I mean, consider if it's an impact or not.
It is an annual input because those assessed values
Change.
each
And
year.
the owners change.
Yes, so we want to keep up to date on it. There's some things that are automatic and upload, but there is an annual input from the county level.
So that
Now,
would probably require a budget increase in a couple of departments to keep it up, keep it current.
well, it's just,
No, you
Annually.
start once. Well, annually, you gotta do it every year though.
yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I think it's 8 to 10 hours is about what it's gonna take to put that in there, so.
I think that would be something like I said, and to bend on what JD and Vernon think it's gonna cost to do it.
I think with any software change we make, it all feels good or sounds good. And sometimes you get into it and you purchase it and you're sitting there going, and I know the state's providing this, but I don't know, can we do, I'd like to see how it works for other counties.
Yeah,
Let them be the guinea pigs.
it was actually, they were trying to get it put forward. And put together with the contractors. Since this came out of legislation, the state had to choose a program. So when they went to Juvari, who is also a program that we utilize at the state level for our web EOC, they put together this program of which I have it on my phone now. And if it's easy to use, I can use it, then it's pretty easy to use. So I don't think there's like a big learning curve on using it. You know, you go, okay, this is the address. Okay, here we are. The GPS locates everything, which is super efficient when you've got, like they had in Iron Mountain, you know, where people were living in school buses where you didn't have an address. So at least you knew there was damage in that area. So it's GPS. You can go out. There's no cell service. Well, we know a lot of our county doesn't have cell service. It will stay in that machine. And then when you come back into cell service, it will upload. So, I mean, they have some really great features in the software and we don't have to maintain
That's
it.
not the issue. Really.
Right.
It's something that we could use if it's workable. The issue is we're stuck with it and we got to update it every year. Does that cost money?
Mhm.
And how much? And we don't know. And I like the idea of having somebody else guinea pig and thing.
Because this 8 to 10 hours you're talking about falls in onto JD. and IT. That 8 to 10 hours on both of them. Or-
Somebody's gonna update the data.
It's crazy that counties are going GIS, CAD data, I mean, probably pretty much across the board. And they could have piggybacked on that system. Instead of just taking assessors. Because the next thing
It's
that
getting put into the
with,
system.
with all the lines that, and the addresses that Vernon Roth is doing. Is we had to go in and we had to change addresses to a few of those people because our emergency services were never gonna get to where that individual piece of property was. Because of how things have been assessed and surveyed and whatever, put in the system, transferred, but.
I asked some hard questions when I went to the training, because I was quite leery. And I've worked a disaster before where there was 2 properties on one piece of land. One was in Weld County and one was in Larimer. I said, well, how do you, account for that in this system? Because duplication of effort is something that I don't think makes any sense. We want to make sure that, if we're assisting somebody, that it's in our system, not in somebody else's system, and then they're getting assistance through another county. So,
Well, maybe it needs to be an agenda item that we consider instead of on the report here. Well, because there's a lot of time. We're getting
but
bogged down.
sounds to me like you want me to check with Vernon and JD again on the
Come
number
back
of
with a
time.
proposal.
Come back.
And show us
Okay.
the-
Yeah, no,
Right.
I'll talk to Vernon myself. I'd like to understand the technical aspects of.
Yeah.
And then talk to him about the about the system that we've kind of gone through ourselves to do our evacuations
Right.
or to look at who's being affected and is that good enough? And maybe it isn't. I don't know. I don't have enough information that I could.
Yeah,
Would you want me just to do a demo with?
no, just go
Okay.
talk to Vernon.
Okay, all right.
And come back and give us the goods and bads, and we need to know what the obligation is. And
But
maybe there's
I'll do
yeah,
I'll do
Reach out.
a
to him.
demo with you.
Okay.
yeah,
So
that's the way to do
Great.
it. See what we need to approve or not.
And then last item is just to let you know that having the money in the budget for the next 3 months under the personnel and salary. Jennifer Cree is moving to full-time in the OEM office, but will still continue to do the PIO duties until someone is hired.
Yep, and we discussed her overlapping with the new PIO and all that.
And doing
got
the
it,
training.
Okay.
Mhm. That's it.
thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Thanks for your work on St. Charles Fire.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, very much so.
Good experience.
Yeah, we had a lot of valuable lessons learned out of that.
We
Things
did.
we need to tighten up and.
Yep, and we'll be putting together an after action review between what we learned, our review we had with our crew that went out and worked the fire. And then we'll learn more in the Pueblo after action review as well. So looking forward to making those improvements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks much. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Keep it up.
Thank you.
All right, where did the extension disappear? Was it set?
Hmm.
The extension? I don't.
Where is Miss Foster?
Again, not here because she was attending that training today as well.
Oh, yeah, she was just gonna do her.
Yeah,
Yes.
we don't have something.
We do.
Is it separate? Cause I don't get on any of the attachments. Doesn't look like it anyway. I think I'm missing it.
Oh, it's there. I'll just read it through it quick. Custer County Extension BOCC staff report Wednesday, November 8th. Enrollment is open. We're excited and optimistic
Oh, yeah.
about our enrollment for the year. I would guess that for a achievement banquet, October 15th, more than 100 parents and members gathered to celebrate and recognize all accomplishments. 4-H members helped lead the program. Extension Speaker Series, we have entered into a partnership with the library for 4-week lunch and learn series. The series is free of charge for all Custer County residents. Session 1, Tuesday, November 28th. The speaker is CSU Behavioral Health Specialist Kristen Wolfberg will be presenting. Topic: learn about anxiety, depression, and isolation in the winter and holiday season. Session 2 and 3, Tuesday, November 5th and December 5th and December 12th, 2-part session. Speaker OEM extension. Topic: fire mitigation, preparedness, evacuation for humans and animals. Session 4, Tuesday, November 19th. Speaker Kayla Malone. Topic: all about weeds. Emergency preparedness, St. Charles Fire helpful in establishing new resources and contacts for animal evacuations. BSO co-hosting a behavioral health presentation for our veterans on November 29th. And that's the end of the report.
That's it.
Thank you for reading that.
Welcome.
It's good.
Okay. That'll take us to unfinished business. We have one item on that. That is the update on the 2022 audit. And I think you were going to provide that, correct, sir?
Yeah. Audit update. So for those of you who don't know, Garen, Ross, and DiNardo did our audit. Current year reported, number 1, GASB statement number 87, leases required implementation for the year ending December 31st, 2022. County was not able to compile the necessary information to complete the implementation. The process of compiling the information required should be completed as soon as possible. So we got a qualified opinion from Sam DiNardo on our leases, and that's going to extend next year to all subscription leases. So right now I've got Jen Huffman, the new assistant to Lisa, combing through all leases, every documentation that we can find from every department to gather this up, from propane leases, bottled propane tank leases to equipment leases, truck leases, Xerox copy machine leases, cell phone tower land leases. I mean, the list goes on and on. The second one, key accounts were not being reconciled correctly or on a timely basis. Most correctly, cash was not reconciled to the general ledger successfully. After conversion to the new accounting software, the conversion also led to transactions being incorrectly recorded by both fund and category in many instances. These errors filtered through all funds and account groups. That's actually 3. Sorry, I skipped number 2. Key counts were not being reconciled correctly. So we are currently inputting the adjusted journal entries. We've started that, and from Lisa's statement, should have that done here. I would imagine by the end of next week. She gets bombarded a lot, and it is budget season 2. Had we had this in by July 31st and done, we'd have had time, not during budget time, to correct this, but that's where we're at. So she's putting those journal entries in. We still got to work on the cash reconciliation to the general ledger. And we got to get that done here soon. Balances outstanding between funds is number 2, should be cleared on a timely basis. In most cases not beyond 12 months. So those are part of those adjusted journal entries too as well. And then 4, payroll records should be reconciled to general ledger postings and the resulting financial statements, as well as payroll tax return filings and W-2s, reconciliation should be performed on a monthly basis. Those top four have been on there past few years, 5 through 9. Which are 5 is fuel sales, gross margins, 6 accounting functions for E911. So I went to the E911 board the other day. What has been happening is we get these checks for $1.75 or $1.50, whatever the E911 charge is per phone call. And there's a lot of burner phone companies out there, and those checks all come in at a different rate of time, get sent to different addresses. So a post office box was set up for the E911 authority to start grabbing those. And there's only one person that gets those, and that's the secretary of the E911 board. She's also probably the best dispatcher that I've talked to as part of the Fremont County Dispatch Center. So her name's Sam, great gal. So we're working on that. We're gonna work through that E911 stuff. The human services general ledger activity should be posted consistently to the appropriate revenue and expenditure accounts. The county needs to continue to improve the posting of CFMS activity, implement reconciliation procedures to identify errors and resolve discrepancies or unknown transactions within the reports in a timely manner. CFMS is just Colorado's financial management system. We'll start those here too. The recording of expenditures should be correct and consistent through the year. We noted many instances where the same type of expenditure was recorded in several different accounts or not recorded in the correct amount. This is also part of what we've been doing in everybody's budget is that everybody's got the same travel expense line, the same fuel expense line. They're all the same for every department that has something to do with that, so that these are all tracking, and then we can do training for all the department heads or anybody that's involved with putting the entry in, and this is where the expense goes, so that we can start, so we can correct a lot of this stuff. And then when we do the training is all the same. This is where your fuel comes out. You don't have a line that says something different than fuel, and that's where your fuel goes. So working through that. So yeah, so we're working on these, we're getting through this. December 31st is a lofty goal. Some of these things we probably won't completely have taken care of because there are mistakes that were made this year as well that we're correcting, and we're still correcting, like the E911 checks coming in all at the same time, all the same place, and then all the taking those checks and depositing those checks are on a regular basis. So any questions about that?
Good, sir.
Matt Miles. Mr. F, you went into this with your eyes wide open. You saw the problems, and they go back years, these problems here.
I do.
This F that we got on this audit, it was an F. He flunked it. The auditor, he gave us an F, but he cannot fix that. He can't fix the problem, because if he gets himself too far into the problems, he loses his independence. Indeed, there's some assertion that we should be changing auditors every 2 years or so. And I believe that Mr. Bernardo and company goes back 2 or 3 decades. I don't know though. It's been a long time. But here's what I want to say. You saw the problems, Mr. F. You knew they were there, and you did not run from them. You stepped up to the plate and said, I'll take finance and accounting, and I'm going to solve these problems. And for that, we thank you for doing that. because they've got to be solved, and they've got to be solved pretty quickly. I don't know how many times the word grant was used in this room today. But I heard grant, 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 must have heard it 100 times here in the last 15 minutes. And every time I hear the word grant, I hear the word audit. Because the federal government can audit those grants and look at them and say, well, you checked the wrong box here. If they want to, they can do it. And they can tell us, give us the money back. And we've already spent the money. The other problem with that is, anytime you're getting that federal money, there's a potential for a whistleblower case. And that's a bad deal. I'll tell you this, I know for a fact. Halifax Hospital Medical Center, 20-story level 1 trauma center. They started a whistleblower case in an audit over some things with over $600 million in the bank. And when it was done, they had zero in the bank. Every dime that they had squirreled away and saved up was gone. That's the problem with this whole situation. So again, we appreciate very much what you're doing, Mr. F. And we're going to do whatever we can to help you, whatever that is. And what we would do is we would ask everyone in this room, whoever they are, to try to help the county out of this situation. We would ask Mr. Gilbert, try to help the situation. We would ask Ms. Adams, try to help the situation. We would ask that Mr. Hedberg try to help the situation. We would ask that the clerk of the county try to help the situation out. We would ask if Mr. Hilo try to help it out, every one of us. That's what we would ask. Here, these people in the county that we have some of whom are in this room here. We'd ask for help. And I guess the first question I got, we talked about the adjusting journal entries that have to be made. Basically, what we got to do in the context of GASB 87 is we have to take a lease where every time a payment was made, it says lease expense is the debit and the credit is the cash. And we're not allowed to do that. We are required to set that transaction back and make it look like, instead of a lease, we got to make it what it actually was, which is we got to book it like a purchase. That's the purpose of all these adjusting journal entries. And Mr. Rigo, this is his bailiwick. He's very sick. And so no way I can fill his shoes, because they're pretty big shoes to fill. But that's the problem. And so with these adjusting journal entries, I mean, are we looking at 1,000 that have to be made, or 100, or 50, or 250? How many do we have an estimate?
I thought around 200.
Around 200?
But don't quote me on that.
I got it. In other words, I don't understand at all the magnitude of the problem. Mr. Arrigo, but I don't. So
has Lenny been working that with you? I mean,
I've talked to him
discussed
about
it with
it,
him.
yes. And Lisa and I talk probably almost every day on this. So good.
We got dinged pretty hard on the internal controls for the county. We didn't have any internal cash controls. And I'm not going to belabor that point, but one of the things that we got dinged on was the fact that we were printing checks with the signatures already on them and they were ready to go. And what we had asked to do is that those pre-printed signatures be removed from those checks. Has that been done yet?
That has not been done. I've got to get CIC out here to change that and pull that out of that software.
Can it be done over the phone?
That may be a possibility. I'll find that out.
Another thing that we had asked to be done is that there be procedures set and established for payments. In fact, I think Mr. Rigo said at one point in one of the meetings that what he would like to see is that a batch of invoices be brought with supporting documentation. And that one or probably two signatures be required on the checks from the commissioners to pay those invoices. I mean, I don't know where we are with that. Have we made any signature changes with the bank?
Not yet, no.
No, but should make a point on that. That's a very good point. You do need to do that, and I'll get the signature cards to you, Lucas. It seems to me that CIC, it ought to be able to do this pretty simply, but I don't know, and you're gonna look into that. What else did you just ask? Because there was a key point. Batches, we gotta have a process. We left it last time when we were discussing this, that after you looking into this, you're gonna look at what would be the process we would use, what at certain levels, a commissioner can sign it, at another level, 2 required, whatever. So, and that's sort of, maybe it's a second order thing, but we need to get that done, because in the meantime, what we'll do is just like we did, we'll sign them as we get them until we come up with a threshold and a process, and who we might want to give authority to somebody else to sign a check if it's small enough or whatever. So then we got to figure out how we're gonna do that. Maybe that requires another meeting to discuss that, workshop sometime. Or, your recommendation. Get through the research on this. Sorry, I'm hoarse today.
No, and I'll reach out to other counties our size and see what because I don't need to rewrite any policies or procedures, other than tweaking them. We just need to get them in and adopted, so we have some controls in place.
Right.
We talked about beginning the process to outsource payroll, to take that burden off the accounting department. Have we made any progress in that regard?
That conversation has started. So ADP probably, we need what their contract would be and their information, their costs and their benefits to us. Both from a payroll aspect and a human resources aspect. And then look at, can we start paying on a weekly basis, or every 2 weeks, or the 15th and the 30th, instead of one paycheck a month.
Twice a month would be logical.
We hold a lot of money hostage that people work for, and it sets us up with some liability there.
Or a quick and dirty, who's gonna sign this? We need some help. We don't always have to be in a crisis. You do it twice a month, and you catch a lot more in the batch.
Right.
Get them signed. It's easy to catch a couple of commissioners, then you're counting on that.
Well, we meet almost every week, right? So we can set up a
Signing
system.
party.
Yeah. Sign the checks, and then we can go from 2 of us signing to, all right, so we pay these Verizon bills and CenturyLink bills and Black Hill bills and these propane bills and these type of bills that are regular basis, and then we can figure out what we want to do for those value amounts are all under 5,000 generally speaking, and we can set up a policy where, well, that's only one commissioner that needs to sign those, and everything above it takes 2.
Right.
So whatever
we come up with.
The big one is, are we making any progress on hiring a qualified accountant to run the accounting department, recognizing that our duty under the law is to hand, since we're management, a set of financial statements Mr. Arrigo or whoever it is. And they're supposed to be ready to go when we hand them to Mr. Arrigo.
Mr. Bernardo.
Bernardo, I meant Bernardo.
Arrigo's helping.
Be
do
nice
that,
if
maybe.
Mr. Arrigo was, because we wouldn't be here.
He won't do the next year's
You
audit.
know, he's
Trust me,
not.
he won't.
Well, but that's our obligation to hand that, to Mr. Bernardo. And then, I mean, we ought to get a clean opinion every year. And you see, I would suggest that if, what I know about it, if we do it that way, then are we in a position maybe to maybe bargain some with the auditor and get the cost of the audit down? Has any of that been looked at to see if we do it properly here, are we then going to be in a position to say, hey, wait a minute now, we got qualified people doing this stuff. It's not a big deal. And so instead of this 80 grand or whatever, maybe we can start them at 40 grand and see about doing that. And if they're, if we switch them up every couple of years and our stuff's in order, 2 or 3 years, we have nothing to fear. We don't need them running interference for us.
What's the them? You talking about DiNardo?
The auditors, outside auditors.
No, we don't know what we're paying him yet.
I thought we were paying him 80 grand. Well, no, we didn't know.
75?
75 to 80.
A year.
And like any contractor, once he knows he's always got work for you, I mean, once I got Jimmy started working on all my stuff, price just. I'm just teasing you. But any contractor would do that, or has the opportunity to take advantage of you. Go, oh, they're just gonna use us next year. Oh, they're just gonna use us next year. So
have we made any effort to set up some, job summaries, descriptions, and job functions for someone to help us inside that we can retain, other than, I mean, if we hire somebody to try to straighten up this mess, it's gonna be $150 an hour minimum. I mean, and then it's not gonna stay straight, because there's too many grants, too many boxes to check, too much stuff to do. Indeed, I wrote down this Ms. Lockhart, I think it was, she is in Human Services. Why couldn't the accounting department make the calls and do the survey, what people are paid? I mean, and then report back, look, here's what I found.
right.
So now we've complied with that deal. Okay, and no problem with that one.
Well, and we've talked
Emergency
about
management, all the grants, that's accounting department.
right.
Accounting department, what I'm hearing.
No, and I agree with you, and I thought about that too, is putting the grants administration, lease administration, all that in the financial department, because they have to have that information for the audit and gathered it up and keep it in place. And then Kelly gets the copies that she's supposed to retain within her records of database, because she's the clerk and recorder of all items like that. So I think, and then, so procurement and having a procurement agent that procures our stuff. And we single point that and go out for 3 bids and all this stuff would help support our department functions and get us hopefully the best price that we can get. And I see that part of our finance department.
So you see that as part of if you're gonna write a job description, that would be part of it, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and you might have that all rolled up under one director, but you're gonna have one person's gonna probably be over grants and leases, and one person's over gathering all this information up, and you might have another person that does all the entry for it all. Or does, I don't know. But ADP, if we get an ADP in there and they pull a lot of that responsibility and data entry away. So
you're taking it in 2 steps. You're gonna
3 or 4 or 5,
meaning
a lot of stuff.
ADP to help straighten this up now.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna reach out to ADP and see what it
And then
does. Because
get a job description up to try to find an accountant that would be full-time at some point with these other functions under.
Well, that would be the ultimate plan. Okay. Because I don't think we're gonna be able to hot shot somebody in here at all. And it sounds like that price just continues to go up from all the searching that we've done. That I've done, so. More and more people want to work from home. Gilbert?
Yeah, I'd like to call a point of order. The topic you're discussing is update on the audit. This has turned into a dialogue between Mr. Epp and Mr. Miles. It's not productive for the rest of us. We want to hear the update, which was finished, and questions were called. There were no questions. It sounded like we were at the trial of Donald Trump, where he got up and made a political speech instead of answering damn questions. So, please get back on track, finish your update of the audit, and move along.
Let me get us back on track real quick then. We got severely dinged for lack of internal controls. And one of the things that had to be done was to remove the signatures, pre-printed signatures from the printed checks. I think that's part of the dinging in the audit. And so that's why I'd like to discuss that and get a resolution of that. And if we could get some help from the audience in that regard, we appreciate it.
Can you read the citation in the audit that says pre-printed checks are not allowed?
If you had some expertise in accounting
So
matters,
we can, hold
you
up,
know what internal controls.
hold up a minute,
A deficiency in
You don't know
internal
what you're
control.
talking about.
hold up a
He-
minute,
he's
please.
talking.
You ask a question to the
Without
board, it is being answered right here.
Lucas.
A deficiency in internal control exists when the design or operation of a control does not allow management or employees in the normal course of performing their assigned functions to prevent, to detect, and correct misstatements on a timely basis. Material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control, such that there's a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely manner. We consider the following deficiencies in internal control to be material weaknesses. So we have a lot of internal control problems, and we have very few policies on what we do other than what's been done in the past. On a
Question was
continuous
about
basis.
Pre-printed signature.
And I will
I didn't
read,
hear the word
I
in
will-
what you said, wrote.
I will
Right.
read for the record, Colorado statutes 30-10-707. It is the duty of the county treasurer to receive all monies belonging to the county from whatsoever sources they may be derived, and all other monies which are by law directed to be paid to him. All money received by him for the use of the county shall be paid out by him only on the orders of the Board of County Commissioners. I'm gonna ask this board, when did this board authorize the payment for this, of the severance to Mr. Braden
When they
Wilson?
signed the contract,
No.
When was it authorized?
Okay. No, we're going,
And that was a lack of internal control on those pre-printed checks that allowed that to happen. That's the lack of internal controls. The auditor turned white when he saw that, I heard that. I saw him.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration.
I'll get you.
We have a system, internal controls failure. We don't have a lot of policies and procedures that other counties have put together, whether it be Fremont, Park, Ouray, we just don't have them. We should have them. There should be internal controls to make sure that we don't want people to inadvertently do something that they shouldn't do. So if we have internal controls, it prevents me from doing something I shouldn't do, or Kelly Camper, or the treasurer, or any of our staff. So internal controls is what led to a lot of these audit findings. Because we don't have these policies and procedures and internal controls. So we need to change this. And have some policies brought forward.
Was it fair to Ms. Bivens to put her in the position she was put in?
Was it fair?
Was it fair to put her in a position to have her where she could just print out a pre-signed check and hand it to Mr. Wilson? There's no way to answer that. Yes, of course it wasn't fair. It was totally unfair to her.
And it was unfair to all of a sudden put her in a position where we've got audit findings that are the same findings from 10 to 15 years back.
Thank you, an inherited problem.
Right.
That was ignored by commissioners, not necessarily you three.
But past commissioners, absolutely,
That's right.
absolutely. Mr. Goodwin?
Yeah, I agree with you totally that you have a lack of policies and control, etc. We elected you three to take care of that for us, not to succumb to badgering and dictatorial remarks or hysterical remarks from a whole bunch of the county. You can take suggestions from those people, but what I've heard in this meeting is direction from those people. You don't take direction from these people. You take their opinions and their comments, and then you guys decide what are the controls you're going to do. Are you going to change the signatures, or do you realize that is an efficiency which is totally legal? Are you going to allow the treasurer to do her quoted job, which is to pay the monies? You guys don't pay the monies, you approve how it's paid. You have nothing to do with paying it. And so, I mean, this is ridiculous. Just get together, come up with your controls, and resolve the audit, and you'll be peachy keen.
Would this board please ask Mr. Gilbert if he has a constructive suggestion to solve these problems?
Matt, stop there.
Yes,
James, thank you.
you're not gonna
for
put
your-
us in the middle of a dialogue.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm gonna bounce off of what Mr. Miles has been alluding to, and for those items that he brought up didn't relate to the audit. Well, that's the core and the nuts and bolts of why that audit got qualified, and we have concerns about how the money's being dispersed in the community. We have a big problem. That's the hub of this community, is that how that money is controlled and kept track of. And I'm new to this, but I've got stretched out of my little simplicity. The professionalism that's been brought, and they've been suggestions, and these people are loving, kind people that I know. They're very reasonable people that have a lot of interest in this county. And they're bringing qualified information. And it's severely professional information. There's 100 years of experience at your guys' fingertips. And for somebody not to recognize that and then attack it, that's character. And it's something that it's grievous to me that the previous person that was in charge of finance, I guess it was.
I'll raise my hand for that one.
Oh,
Go
it
ahead.
was you?
Yes.
Well, good job, mister. I'm gonna
You're
leave it
welcome,
there.
sir.
Thank you. We have a crisis here. We can't get through an audit. And we have by a huge, it's just a huge miracle that there's a few people in this county that have that professionalism that they offer to us. And thank God, Lucas Epp has taken the responsibility of getting us back on track. That's huge. Kevin, is that a good thing? Are we going the right direction, or is that a bad thing? No response. You never respond to me. I love it. So anyways, I'm going to leave it at that, but the ridiculous attack that I witnessed in this room by people that are trying to get things on track is very revealing to me. Because it's not coming, it's coming from the source that I'm not sure of. So at the end of the day, what I'm getting at is, Lucas, thank you so much. We've recognized the situation and we're fixing it. And we've cowboyed this thing for a long time. I mean, it's been cowboys. Don't even come in and sign checks as commissioners. You don't even know where it's going. We trusted you. You are the trustee. You guys are entrusted to spend the money. And that trust has been breached because of the way it's been willy-nilly. It just hasn't been handled on it. And it gives us a lot of room for suspicion of why wasn't it fixed? So at the end of the day, Mr. Miles, I appreciate you. And if Mr. Arrigo was here, I would tell you that man and these people, there's a few people that have we probably got 200 or 300 hours in this. And then we've got smirks from people that are absolutely trying to keep this other thing in place. It's no good. It doesn't get us past the audit. What's going on here? This speaks volumes. Why didn't we fix it? Why are we just now fixing it? What's going on? Can anybody really tell me what's going on? That would be my question to you, Mr. Day. Can you tell me what's going on? Can you expound upon how we got to this point, sir? And I'm going to sit down. If you could answer that one question for me. How did we get here? How did we evolve at this situation without hair on fire before?
You could go through decades.
No. Why didn't you finish it? This man recognized it and we're fixing it.
You didn't recognize it. It's been around for years.
And Jeff, did you have your hand up a
I
minute ago?
did, yes.
I believe you're next on the floor. Go ahead,
And that
sir.
looks like we're gonna do is beat this horse till it's dead, till it stinks. And that's about where we're at for the past 2 months. We've been beating this dead horse. Enough talk. There's a million ways to fix a problem. We can stand around from now to eternity and talk about the options. These guys have a plan. Let them play it out. That's what I have to say about it.
Thank you, sir.
Where did it come up that way?
Go ahead. State your name too, please, sir.
John Van Doren. Haven't been to a meeting in a long time. Don't like him, don't but anyway.
Thank you for that.
We don't have a crisis. What we have is an audit with some serious findings in it. And we should celebrate that fact because now we have something to work with. We've had audits like that in the past and we haven't done anything about it. That's what I'm hearing. But what I'm hearing from Commissioner Epps' report is we're taking step-by-step action to address those issues now. So we should all celebrate that. We should be thanking this rep, and a couple of you have done that today. So my view, by the way, I led turnarounds and startups in the manufacturing sector for 25 years. So I've been around a financial statement or two. I think we're headed in the right direction. Every turnaround I ever walked into was completely lacking in systems and procedures. And we're still very much lacking in that in this county. And I think, I don't think that the best solution for that is the 3 commissioners to get in a room and figure it out themselves. I think you're going to need a consultant to come in and do an audit of our systems and procedures. And so they can point out the weaknesses and then recommend corrective actions. To do it yourselves, I don't think you have the skill sets or the time as commissioners to do it. You're going to need some professional help. That's about all I have to say. But I think everything's moving in the right direction now. This is not a crisis. This audit is not a crisis. It's disturbing that we go so many years with the same findings. That is certainly true. But right now, something is happening. We're moving in a positive direction and we're checking the boxes and correcting some of the findings in this most recent audit. I think that's great.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I'd like to concur with him and I guess if he would have known how professional the advice that was reached out and given for free at the cost of several people, that would kind of duplicate what he said, but he doesn't know that. And the reception only came from, I think Bill was receptive, and I believe.
Well, in fact, that's what we have been. We've been looking at the experts that have been offered for free and we've got some wonderful ones. The Rigo is a great asset. Lucas asked him to sit in on the audit and the discussion with Donardo. And so I think that's what it is. We don't have controls on this money. I never knew where anybody delegated the authority to spend any money on these checks at all. It was done by some commissioner somewhere, and it started going through the machine and it was stamping them. And these rubber stamps without looking at them sort of caught us, just like Jim, you pointed out. Why are we signing something we haven't actually got the data on? In fact, we didn't have, and in fact, the money, and forget whether Wilson got the money or not. It's the system itself. It was illegal for Virginia Trujillo to authorize spending that money, period. It wasn't her job. It's our job to do that. But we spend the money, we authorize it. And I never delegated that. I don't think he did, and Kevin did, to Virginia to spend it. She spent it. That's illegal. And so we make the rules, the laws, or the resolutions that delegate that authority. And if it was delegated, then I've checked this with other counties too. And in all cases, none of them have the treasurer by law, because he pointed out, can't do that. They take care of the account and make sure it's there. But the money comes in, and we are the only people, these three people right here, that can authorize any spending on that account, period. And so in this case, if it's something that huge, and that I don't like, he says unfair to Lisa. I asked her the minute that she sent it in, it didn't fall under the same statutes for 30 years that we've been doing when somebody gets fired or hired here. It was an exception. It was a different regulation and requirement. And so therefore, it required a signature for us to authorize, even though it was contract said there is a severance pay, that we still had to authorize the spending of it, whether we agreed with it or not. And for other reasons.
Is there a stamp that exists with your name on it?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
And that's exactly right. And that has to stop, Kevin, period.
Well, I'm just
And
asking that.
And I haven't stamped anything at all. And the signatures that are on these checks, you don't
When you were
stamp
chairman of the board, were there checks?
them. I
made
understand that.
Without you.
We're moving forward.
I'm asking a question here now, because you're stating Virginia violated the law. I would argue that fact.
Well,
because for years and years, the county policies and procedures that we have in place, written or not, is that there have been stamps. There are two of the three of us right now have stamps that exist in this county with our signature.
sure, and that was the result of COVID.
And I would venture to say that when you were chair and your stamp was being used, it was used on checks for the exact same purpose as what the whole conflab is here
No,
today.
it wasn't.
So
No, it wasn't. That's my point.
There was
It was not the same, Kevin.
uh,
That was a.
were there any employees terminated in your tenure?
Yes, and under different statutes. That was required by the EEO people, that you had 3 days to do it, et cetera. In this case, it wasn't. It didn't apply. Because it was a CEO job. It was under special statutes that I've talked about before. I'm not going to belabor it, but that's the
Okay.
point. I'm done.
All right.
I suggest that's looking backwards, and that's
That's
not
right.
what we're saying.
There's been a lot of looking
We'll
backwards.
look forward.
Yeah.
And
And
the problem is the checks spewing out of that computer system already signed.
Right.
Now, if you had taken your signature stamp when that check was brought to you, okay, and then had to physically stamp it, that's the same thing as you signing it.
Right.
Okay, and if it had been 2 signatures required because of the size of the check, now 2 commissioners, they have to stamp it. That's okay if you use a stamp. But the ding is the check spewing out of there already signed, ready to go. That's the dinging.
And that's the
You
control.
didn't know this was going on, Mr. Day, I'm sure.
And a technical
You might have
answer
said,
to that is this check does not come out with my signature on it. It is stamped after it is printed. My signature is not printed on those checks.
who stamped it then?
That would have been Lisa Bivens that stamped it, because that has been the policy.
Lisa, you should have stamped it is all. You, Kevin Day.
Well, and
That's
if
all.
that's the case, then fine. But had that been the policy, it had not for a long time
Let's look at
before I
Bible.
sat in this chair.
That's in the past.
Okay,
That's all over. We're
Let's
done.
let go of that.
That's just an example.
okay.
That's right.
That's why we don't want to look at that anymore. We're
And
done.
to this gentleman's point, now some of this has been brought to our attention, so we can move forward with that.
That's right. That's what he's doing.
So, and if there is constructive stuff, I have no problem with accepting help and valid advice. I do have a problem when it's a continual attack, not necessarily on me, but by my employees and other people that has been going on. And that is a statement that I will make here and now, because it is not proper for these meetings to sit here and degrade into that type of situation to where there are personal attacks being made. And you didn't make it on an employee today, but you made a personal attack over here on a gentleman that had a differing opinion of you. And you made a personal attack on that gentleman. And I would speak to that, and that is not acceptable.
Exactly. So stop it where it starts.
Then
Thank you.
keep your lips.
Stop it where it starts.
Yeah,
It is my understanding at the end of the month that the commissioners review the expenses for the month. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay, so you do have an opportunity to look at what has been cut, how much has been cut, what's going out, right?
Already
So-
spent.
Right, but you review it, and if you have a question on
After the fact.
something, I'm not talking about Braden's check. I'm
No, I'm not
talking
either.
about in general, your policy, that every month you look at the report. And I assume you look at it close enough to say if something is out of order, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, okay, just want to make sure that you do have a system, and also, if you would allow me to, I can probably send you about 30 documents from different counties throughout Colorado that have policies and procedures if you want to start somewhere. They're all PDFs, but it might be a way for Custer County to get started on establishing a standard operating procedure.
I would accept those.
Okay.
If you haven't
I'll
already.
flood
sent
your
them to.
email. Kevin and Bill, do you want to see those documents?
Yeah, send it to all three. of them.
Yes, I will. I just want your permission before I do, because it's a lot.
Mhm.
Shall be paid out by
Wait,
him.
Matt.
When that check is signed, it's paid out. To look at it 30 days later,
It's too late.
it's
That's
too
my-
late.
It's not 30 days later because you cut checks. The finance department cuts checks at the end of the month, about a week before you see them. I know because I submit things for tourism. So a check isn't cut on the 1st, it's cut more like the week of the 20th or the 25th. So it's not 30 days out, it's a week before you get the opportunity to look at them. That's your procedure.
It's too late. Anyway,
I believe there's been some that have been pulled after we've questioned some,
we can pull them, but like.
and they
I-
haven't been sent yet.
That's right. But there's some that are out of cycle that had to be sent.
So my own past experience was. Nothing got paid till I signed the check. As an elected official.
Right.
In that way. If some information had changed on the invoice, or all of a sudden I got. My maintenance guy going, man, this whatever repair they did to my payloader isn't working, I can go, this one I'm not signing until I get further answers on it.
And we actually did that 3 years ago. We sat in a row and the three of us signed physically these checks. Wasn't hard. And we made comments, we didn't do it. And then we got to where we could stamp them because it was a little faster because we had the stamps that but we still did it. Right now, nobody allocated it. A lot of these things are being automatically sent without our even seeing them till after the fact.
I believe Joy had her hand up first.
It's not hard to fix. We're just gonna do it.
So this issue of whether you see them a day after, a week after, or a month after is really pretty irrelevant if you just look at the state statute 30-10-707. Treasurer to receive and pay monies. It is the duty of the counter. This is really simple, 4 lines. It is the duty of the county treasurer to receive all monies belonging to the county from whatsoever source they may be derived, and all other monies which are by law directed to be paid to him being the county. All money received, okay, him may be the treasurer.
It's
All
the
money
treasurer.
received by treasurer, by him for the use of the county shall be paid out by him only on the orders of the Board of County Commissioners according to law, except where special provision for the payment thereof is otherwise made by law. So it is the treasurer's, the way I read that is it's the treasurer's responsibility to safeguard the county funds.
Right.
But it is the county commissioner's job to instruct her where those monies are to be paid and how. It's that simple. She doesn't have authority to go pay for something on her own. It has to come from your direction. When we started this, we thought we were looking at one problem. It became another problem. We've discovered that we have a systemic problem. And to not look at each internal control or person involved would be to overlook one piece of that system. I don't want to make it personal about anybody. I just want us to follow the law. And if you want to put in Virginia Trujillo's name in this, fine. I'm going to keep saying the treasurer. The treasurer should have been the one responsible for getting your permission for anything that goes out. And that leads me to the second thing I want to say. The duties of clerk, county clerk, and recorder. County clerk shall be ex officio recorder of deeds and shall have custody of and safely keep and preserve all the documents received for recording or filing in his or her office as used in part 4, unless the context otherwise requires. Document includes electronic filings. During the hours the office open for business, clerk and recorder shall also record a cause to be recorded in print or in plain and distinct handwriting in suitable books or electronic records to be provided and kept in the clerk and recorder's office. There is another, I have another statute here that also goes through what the clerk and recorder is allowed to do, even by your county structure. The clerk and recorder has nothing to do with distribution of money from this county. Nothing. And what disturbs me is I see the clerk and recorder's name on checks and I don't see Virginia Trujillo's signature on checks. There is a problem. The clerk and recorder is supposed to do marriage license, DMV, and conduct elections. I think there's a reason why they set out those responsibilities as separate from distribution of money. And we've muddied it. We've given the person who conducts our elections the ability to distribute money.
I would say her signature is on there as an attestment. It's not a signature for paying that check. It is an attestment.
The There is no attestation needed on a signature. If you sign a signature on a check,
It's actually in statute that I attest the orders, which the orders are payment for money. I attest all of the orders that the Board of County Commissioners pays out.
orders, but not the check. It's two separate things.
And that's,
Two
that's the
separate
resolution. Before I lose the thought, that the laws are statutes, the state level and at the county level. We make laws when we make resolutions to do things. We can delegate that authority for signature to somebody else if we want to do that and take the risk. That's possible. But we have to make that, we're still making that decision as a commissioner to do that. And it's still our responsibility. If they screw it up, then we're on the line, not that person. That's why it's important to understand the difference of that. And in this case, somebody probably in the past, and I'm not going to beat up the past, they must have delegated the authority to somebody. And I did talk with other counties. They do not have the clerk signing the checks or attesting anything.
No.
None of them do. They can delegate, and I asked them who they delegate, and they say, we always sign it. The commissioners always sign it. And I talked to Fremont County. They sign every one of them, whether they agree, whether it's a stamp or not, that they stamp themselves or not. Or if it's a small amount, like Lucas was suggesting, maybe there's a one commissioner or whatever. But those are the controls that we're talking about. We're talking about fixing the problem and following the laws, both our own and the ones that are by statute. That's all I was trying to point out. And the statutes are different for different kinds of functions. And that's why the difference was on this retirement thing. It was different. So anyway, I think we're making progress. I like what Lucas is proposing, and I think he's proposing to get the hired hands in here, to get the people to help. I asked the question about how long's DiNardo been around? Why do we have him all the time? You get kind of stayed in your ways and you expect things. Maybe we do need an independent audit because he's not on a contract. There is no contract for DiNardo. There is a agreement of some kind, maybe, but I don't know what it is. But we're not obligated to do it every year.
2 years ago, you voted to.
No, I know that.
contract.
My point is, but that's the point I'm trying to make. We did it, but we keep doing it. So.
Okay, well, to your statement, there is a
Well,
contract.
yeah. You're right.
Yes, I am.
I just want to clarify. I know that I cannot pick up tourism checks until after they have gone through your hands. So if there's anything that's out of order, you wouldn't release that check.
That's right.
So there is something, checks and balances. So a check is not given out until you have looked at it. And also I want to clarify that the treasurer does not cut the checks. Virginia collects money. That's her job, is collecting money.
That's right.
She doesn't spend the money, she collects the money. She distributes it. No, she collects money.
No, she distributes it.
On behalf of the commission.
Okay, we're not going there.
Okay,
Please.
Yeah, just don't argue. But Debbie, just on your point, that the actual payroll, the AP thing is 1,000 checks. We don't see every one of them.
You want to sign 1,000 checks?
We did. That's what we did in the past.
Stamp.
We did. We stamp them, but we didn't have a machine do it. We did it ourselves, or we delegate somebody else to do it. We give our authority away to do that. That's legal to do. That's our law. So I've never done it before now to understand it, but we did it in the past because somebody else did it. I don't know when they did it and they said, let's have Kelly attest to it. That made it legal if somebody did that, but not an attestment. It would be another signature on that to spend the money. So something screwy there, but that's what Lucas is looking into to try to straighten up, get the controls correct. And that's just one of the controls. We talked about grants, leases. Go ahead.
I agree with Bill. We all recognize there's change that needs to come. Now, if you question the people that are going to help with the change.
That's right.
I have a letter here from the state of Wisconsin Department of Justice dated April 29, 2015. You have an employee that's named in her. And in this letter, her name is Miss Hamill. But she is your finance director. I'd like you fellas to read it. You don't have to read it out loud, but I hope it's a vote of confidence that you have the right person in the job. She helped clean up a corrupt police department back there.
Oh.
And that's no easy task.
Good.
Thank you.
Who is it? I'm sorry, just for clarification, who is it?
That's your finance director.
Last name is now Bivens. Lisa
In the letter
Bivens.
she stated Miss Hamel because that was her name.
Was there audits that were flunked that she fixed?
I'll let the commissioner answer that.
So yes, you mind if I read this?
Not at all.
Dear Chief Cop and Ms. Hamel, now Ms. Bivens, a field representative from the Wisconsin Department of Justice Training and Standards Bureau recently conducted an audit of your agency's officer records and your record keeping procedures. In the written report, the field representative noted your records are complete and thorough with no deficiencies found. She further noted the audit was one of the best I have conducted. Your demonstrated performance is noteworthy. I wanted to take this time to commend you and your staff for your outstanding record keeping and adherence to standards. The result of the audit clearly shows a commitment to excellence that is expected from Wisconsin law enforcement agencies and reflects great credit upon you, your staff, and your agency as a whole. On behalf of everyone at the Training and Standards Bureau, I want to thank you for your hard work and wish you continued success. This is signed by Tony Bertulli, Director of Wisconsin Department of Justice Training and Standards Bureau. Thank you, sir.
This isn't her first video. Not new at this.
Believe you had yours up.
She doesn't have an accountant's degree, but she does have experience.
Was that a financial audit?
Yeah. Oh, what does it matter?
Yes, it does. We're talking about control. Listen, we're just talking about control. It has nothing to do with how great police is, and we're not saying she was wrong at all.
Can I speak?
Go ahead, sir.
Kevin, I want to apologize if I was out of order there. This is a red alert kind of thing. The hub of the county is dependent upon keeping track of the books. The books are an array. We've had some people in here the last couple of years. Have they gotten any better? The people that are currently here, have they gotten any better? Then I also want to say, if you're working to the sheriff's department, that's one department. How many departments do we have with this here?
10, 12, something.
How many grants do we receive, state and federal?
Half our budget.
How many leases do we have to rectify and know what we're doing? This thing is completely, from what I'm understanding, would have to go into a competent set of hands. And if Lynn was here, he could explain to that a little bit better, but I've got the gist of it because I've sought out the professional. I've interceded on the behalf of the dereliction of the duty that's been taking place here. And I've sought out because I am a stakeholder in this community. And it is unbelievable that it's taken a group of people that was pissed off about because Braden Wilson walked out of here with 50 grand and the procedure of hiring him was completely null and void. And then we had somebody stop the check and a person that couldn't release it released it. So I am standing here being as nice as I can. This thing is formatted with a pattern of behavior that reeks of bad behavior and arrogance. Reeks of it. But incompetency, we're trying to make somebody do something they're not qualified to do. We love her to death. But we can't sit here and play high school. This ain't high school. This ain't high school, folks. This is real people's lives. And for some reason, some of these other people are so protective of that whole system that needs to be fixed. It's very fair and it's got to be fixed. Why would it fix in the last 2 years? It's very apparent it was out of control. And the same people are in there now. And then we gave one guy 50 grand to get out of there that never fixed it. We promoted him. Do you understand how ridiculous this looks from me looking in? It is ridiculous. You need to say something. If you're gonna say something to me, you say something to her. Because I'm not gonna stand for it. I won't.
Has the floor.
So at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to fix this. But the people that are in place right now had a chance to fix it. You had a chance, Bill had a chance, Lucas has new eyes on it, and he's like, man, this is the hub of the community. This is the hub of what's going on here. And if we don't get this thing right, if we keep throwing a Band-Aid on it, we're gonna have to continue down this road of destruction. Now, it's fine and dandy to be everybody's friend and keep, you know, club government all in going, everybody keep a job. That's not your duty to make sure everybody's comfortable in their personal life. Your duty is the responsibility to these constituents. And for this not to be ran above board is an insult to this county. That's the way we've been doing it. Kill. That's crap. Bad answer. I remember when the COVID went on, we got a $10 million liability policy. We can disperse all these vaccines. That's how ridiculous this is looking. These are Republican people trying to fix Republican elected officials. These guys are in here protecting something. How crazy is this? How crazy is this, Kevin? See what I'm saying? That's why I'm a little bit passionate and disturbed about this. I'm a carpenter. Things have to be level and plumb. This ain't level or plumb. Thank you, Lucas, again. Appreciate you standing up. Bill, be his wingman. But that's not gonna change.
That's the bottom line.
Nadine Peterson, I'm wondering, is there any way we can get a qualified accountant into this office? Can we get a job description posted, put it out there and get them in, start it today? Can we do that?
Thank you for having one ready for us.
Action and love, actually trying to do something.
I don't think you need an accountant, I think you need a CPA.
You don't know what to know.
I would be glad to have a CPA.
Oh,
That would be great.
And that's just to figure one
he's
second.
probably right. He is right.
He
I
is
mean,
right.
it's not, don't have to be.
Accountant by definition is accountable and dealing with people's money.
You gotta know what to do.
Qualified to deal with it.
Another question, sort of on audit. I was wondering, Lucas said that the audit was due on July 31st, but it wasn't done on time. So that was a due date, and is that set by
That's set by the state.
the state?
So we asked for an extension.
Okay, so
of 60
did you,
days.
And they did it twice.
so you got an extension for all times, 2 extensions?
No, just
Then
one.
I thought it was
one. Only one.
So
Oh, that's,
did we file on time within that extension?
We did.
Okay, so there were no
No
late
penalty.
fees or anything like that?
No.
No, and that wasn't just our departments not providing the information. That was not knowing that we've got to get on Sam DiNardo's schedule January 1st
Yeah.
of the next year.
yeah, we kept waiting and we had problems with the CIC stuff and that was a problem that's delayed it and that's why the extension was agreed to. But we need to start earlier and the goal is to have everything, like somebody mentioned it, in a ribbon tied up on the 31st of December.
Exactly.
And then get it in there.
You can't do it that quick, but you
But
can
you
do it
can't do
within
it within 30
30
days.
days. Awesome.
Yeah.
You
So
hustle.
back to my other question.
And that's what Lucas is working on.
The accountant. Can we put something in the newspaper online?
But it's something that. Cause I just got this. I wanna look through. I don't wanna do it today.
If you are looking at it.
I have talked to Miss Bivens about where we wanna go with our audits and our goals. And where she thinks she can get us with her staff. And I wanna see, I wanna not just look at it from hiring an accountant standpoint, but looking at what is our financial group should look like, period. What does that require? And what does that need? What does that take? My experience with accountants is this. Some of them will sell me down the roads, making me pay all kinds of taxes to the government. And the next one goes, hey, I've dug into some of these things and you don't owe this money here, you don't owe this money here, or you need to change how you're doing things so you don't owe the federal government all your pay. So I want to be very, very careful that we just don't pick an accountant. Oh, that fixes everything, because it doesn't.
No.
Doesn't fix everything. It won't fix everything. But we got to put a good plan in place. And what's this person gonna do? And what's our current staff gonna do? And how are we gonna integrate all these different things with leases and grants and procurement and payroll into a look at it from 1,000 feet and go, what do we need? What benefits all the departments, what benefits the community as a large, and what is that gonna cost us? And do we have the funds for all of that? And if we do have the funds for all that, great. If we don't, which departments are we gonna take out of to make the finance department the top department? The department that's above the bar. If you're pole vaulting and you hit the bar, you've lost. You have to sail above the bar. I wanna be far above the bar with our human services, our HR, treating each other the way we should treat each other as employees. And our finance department. And that takes a really hard look at the whole picture, not just one aspect of it. Go ahead, Nadine.
Okay, I think that if you do hire a qualified person for finance, whatever credentials they have, if they have to be, have to have credentials. A lot of the problems that you're talking about will be taken care of. Because you won't have all of these issues going on, with the procurement. And I mean, they'll look at things for the entire county, not just one department looks at something and buys something, and another one looks at the same thing and buys the same thing. So it's like, I think a lot of these things will be handled if you can get all the ducks in the row.
Thank you.
Hiring an accountant is not gonna solve all the problems. What you're talking about is hiring an accountant who's also a terrific leader. So that's a special person. I've got the copy here of the proposed job description. It says government public sector experience preferred. No, absolutely needed. Yeah. Absolutely needed. You need someone with 8 years of experience.
It is different, you're right.
In government.
You need to change that.
It is a
That's on
very
page
different
2.
animal. And you need someone with a lot of experience, managerial experience as well. So you're talking about a 6-figure income person here.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have to find that person and convince them to move to Custer County.
He's getting in the game now.
And find a home here that is suitable for him or her and their family. And we know that's not easy to do here in the county. Whether it's, $1 million home or a $250,000. So this piece of paper is not the solution. We don't need to rush out and advertise now. I agree Mr. F, that we need to think through strategically what we want in terms of the entire structure of our finance and control. And there's a lot of things to work on.
But that's what he said. You were absolutely right. And he is working, at least I heard him say,
He is
an
working.
expert to come in near term
And
to help.
first thing is correcting these items on the audit. Second thing is systems and procedures. And then, once you've got a strategic plan, and we don't have that now. This job description is not a strategic plan.
Right.
It's helpful. You can use that as a guide going forward, and work on this description. But it's not the answer today. It's the answer in the future, after you think through all the issues here. And I think, Commissioner F has already said, he's thinking through this, he's got a plan. He didn't have a plan in writing that's approved by the county commissioners. Right now, he's just doing discovery. What are the issues? What are the weaknesses? What do we need to put in place? What are the gaps in our system right now? So I think it's not helpful in this kind of meeting to be talking about the weaknesses of any person on staff. In fact, that should probably happen in executive session. It's like a personnel issue. So we don't bring up personnel issues in this room. It's inappropriate. But I'm just going to commend Commissioner F for taking on this impossible project. I think he'll make it possible. I think as time goes on, we're going to see very positive results from his efforts working with the existing staff. And then we'll also hear what additional personnel we need to plug into the system to make it work and clear the bar by 4 feet.
Maybe the commissioners could help me on this one. Since Ms. Bivens was moved to financial director, what other job titles has she held since then? I believe she's been filling many shoes.
Well, she's still the HR director. Until we get that taken care of. I mean, she's got it, we've got to have her fill that role. I don't have much choice other than go third party and contract
You just
again.
recently got an assistant, is that correct?
That's correct.
So she's been pulling double, triple, quadruple duty.
And the budget is a big task.
Yes, it is.
And that's been the case.
It's the time of the year right now.
And that's been the case from the beginning. You know, we've had one HR finance director for years. And that was more than it should
That's
be.
another thing we're correcting.
That's the whole point, is we're not looking back, we're going here forward.
We're moving
And
forward.
that's how this is gonna be handled.
I think one of the things that we've talked about in these meetings is whether, you know, the potential of whether it needs to be a short-term person that comes in and helps us or long-term. And we quickly came to the reality that finding a qualified person we're not gonna be able to dictate the timeline to actually find that person. Because we are looking for a really unique person with really good
And
qualifications.
that's going to interfere with meeting the deadline also.
And it may interfere with meeting the deadline, so part of the reasoning that I see is going ahead and trying to publicize this position is to try to get that ball rolling on finding somebody, knowing it may take us 3 or 4 months. And I guess if that's where we're at this point, then how do we address this deadline in December? Is there any way to push it off? Is there any way to have an extension so that
So the
we don't
December,
feel that?
That's the budget.
That's our
December 31st deadline is for the audit was We'd like to,
That was
we'd like to see
self-imposed.
that, right?
Yeah.
If we don't see it, and maybe it's the first 4 items, that are the worst, or the first 2, which is what got us, our qualified opinion. Right, and we start tackling, and some of these other ones in here that have been, like the E91 Authority Board, these have been going on for 10 years or however long that authority board has been in play. Because of their internal controls and because of their things. So it's not just our financial group here that's gotta make changes. It's these other boards that have gotta start making changes as well. And that's not just on our financial department, that's on us, the individual boards that we are part of, and making sure, hey, what resources do you need so we can have a better, cleaner audit? In 23, we're still gonna, E911 disbursements for the first 9 months are gonna be all over the place. So I think that's gonna be a work to go through. The budget is December 31st, but Lisa set a goal of November, the end of November, so that we have lots more time of reviewing it until the end of the year, and we can look at some things. So
let me add to that. I don't think you were here the day that we got into that discussion. I think you were sick. That's what somebody said. It's been a while ago. That goal, and I did talk to Sam DiNardo about it before we even got into that discussion, was what is the impact? What can we do? Are we going to get fined? Blah, blah, blah. And he says, as long as you're recognizing it and committing to it in a plan, and you show progress against that plan, whether it's all of it by the 20, and I think Lenny Arrigo set that. He said, we want to do it by the 31st. Well, fine, have a goal. But the bottom line is, we got to tackle the big rocks first, and that's what he's doing. I think he's prioritizing that, get the controls started straightening up, get after the leases, get the account adjusted, reconciled, whatever. And so we got some time, Joy, is the point.
Okay. I kept hearing December 31st.
Well, that was self-imposed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our budget has to be done and approved by December 31.
But that's separate from the audit.
Totally.
yeah,
Yeah, that's different issue.
2 different beasts.
So we got a formidable task, like Jim McMahon, we got a formidable task ahead of us, there's no doubt about it, I think we're all in agreement. Right?
we have a
So-
formidable
so
task.
Talk to those guys,
So-
talk to me.
So what I'm gonna get at is, we've been thinking and trying to figure out how to help you guys the best we can, right? Honestly and sincerely, without anything, money in the water, we're just trying to help. There may be a silver lining in the way that the country's kind of imploding down the hill and whatnot. That the odds of finding somebody who wants to get out of that mayhem and move to this county where their children are got a little bit more hedge around them may not be as bad as we think. I think we need to get some advertisement out there stating what we need. This is my opinion on this. I think we need to get going as soon as we can.
Maybe that starts with the experts you want to ask for and put out a bigger thing and then discuss it with them. But that could lead to something later.
So
At least it gets it on the street.
Hopefully then you guys can get enough time involved in this thing where we can get that ball rolling, because maybe that's not the deal. Maybe we still say that we have the adequate talent here to be able to adapt to the bookkeeping, the double entry, and what's required with all of this stuff. Seems to me, or sounds to me, like it's a very complex thing. You may be an accountant at some point, but you probably don't have the technical skill and experience to be able to fill in all the blanks. And if we keep denying that we have it and keep band-aiding this thing, somebody needs to be held accountable.
That includes the machinery itself. I don't
The
know
whole
that
system
CIC is
looks to
what.
me like it needs a little bit of love, and we can't
Right.
deny it, nor can we embrace appeasing or having some situation hold us hostage. You have a responsibility to the taxpayer here. And that monetary, that finance thing is the hub. From what I'm seeing, just because of the complexity of all the things we're involved with, whether it's, you know, just the regular income stuff that's coming in, or if it's a grant. Or leases, from what I'm seeing, this is it's a really, really big job. It's huge. You know, for us to have gotten along this far without getting a qualified audit, really makes me wonder what was going on. I mean, it's very suspicious. And I just gotta say that, but I think the sooner you get acting on facing the facts. I mean, we can look at things in the light of we need not to, you know, interrupt somebody's employment. But at the same time, you guys have a duty to get this is the hub. Everything else is spokes off of it. So here again, I'm going to encourage the energy and the time that you guys have to be serious about this one issue. I just think it's that important. And I think this gentleman had plenty of good advice. And he's a little late to the show because there's been a lot of good stuff that's come up. But he just said the same thing that we were doing, that we've been doing for the last 3 months, is trying to make this ship upright again. And to get it clean, make it clean. So hopefully that can happen.
And I'll put on our agendas going forward, a financial report from me on where we're at, where we're going, what's developing. So.
Could you add
part of
and
this.
discussion so that those here who only want to hear a report and a outcome aren't so upset when we try to help you, when we try to have this?
Well, we've
'Cause I
done
think
it.
this is actually good. I think having input from people with expertise is good, and we're just trying to get this county back on track. And I hate the fact that people are politicizing it.
Yeah.
I do too. I think the update on a 22 audit is a placeholder, isn't it? Yeah, you can give that status then. What are you thinking?
No, just update on, just finance report. Simple. That's it, finance report. Unfinished.
As unfinished business
Right.
with the update on the audit.
Correct.
Separate. Okay,
Do we have other items on the agenda today?
couple.
Matter of fact, we
Why don't
do.
we move on? I think we beat this one enough, haven't
I don't
we?
know.
I got one last thing I want to say.
Come on.
It's okay, don't.
I do.
We do
This is
have
an open
another
discussion.
We do have another
We
meeting
have a
at
meeting at 3 o'clock.
We gotta
have to
get
go
going.
to,
One
so.
last real quick thing. I mean, nobody is bashing Ms. Bibbins. Nobody. And nobody's bad talking her whatsoever. She was thrown into this thing. And as far as having an executive session, we don't need to talk about her.
Yeah.
Her own husband knows that we need a CPA or something close to it to run this stuff.
And
There's no
have
way to
you-
work us out of this issue.
Yeah, well, that
Have
too.
But
you,
we gotta keep going. forward.
Okay, no,
Why
back-
wait 4 months for somebody to
you
show
can
up?
address the commissioners in a second too.
They-
My question to you, sir, is you guys have come in and unequivocally stated that Miss Bivens is totally unqualified for the position she's in. Have you given her a chance to prove herself one way or the other?
Is she
Or is
qualified?
it only because she doesn't have that piece of paper stating that she has a degree?
Is she qualified in your opinion? Yes or no?
I don't know. I'm
Whoa,
offering.
now,
Okay,
you shouldn't answer and I don't know, because it was your job to figure that out before she was in it,
Before she was hired.
or she was hired and placed in it.
Barely.
have you given her a chance to prove herself one way or the other?
Well, I'm gonna answer.
I would
that,
say,
because
and-
that's a direct question and I'm gonna
Yes.
answer you. Okay, and you shouldn't
Hey, before you
Ask
do,
an
Matt, before you
open-ended-
do, one sec.
question like that.
That's a direct question, not an
I know it
open-ended
is. It is open.
Wait a minute, one point to make. We didn't hire her. We did not hire. I never looked at it as a finance director. It was Braden Wilson that did it. And so I've never looked at it, and and we never looked at it when he hired her as his financial assistant. That was his job and that was his responsibility. that
Did
we gave
you
him.
look at her qualifications,
I don't know.
Mr. Day? Before she was put in the position she's in right now,
Yes,
to
I have seen
handle
her
the job
qualifications.
duties and responsibilities as required by that position, yes or no?
I have seen her qualifications.
And what about her qualifications leads you to believe she was qualified to handle all those things on that piece of paper I just handed out?
I didn't get to see that because it was not handed to me.
I got one more and I'll hand it to you. And you can have a month to answer this if you want.
Okay.
You got a month to
Yeah,
answer my
month.
question.
Last one.
It is not anybody's responsibility here to give somebody who does not have qualification the chance to learn on the job when we're in a situation like this. It is, you would not go out and hire a professional from a CPA firm. And if they came back to you and said, I have Miss Bivens' resume. Here's Miss Bivens' resume. I'm gonna let you, this is who we're gonna send to your office, and we're gonna charge you. And she's gonna fix all your problems. You would not hire that firm if they did that. So it's not my job to give somebody on the job training.
Okay, let me answer that real quick as well. Is Mrs. Bivens perfect for that position? No. And that's an answer to your question. She is not. Is there a person in this county in any position that they are in perfect? My answer to that would be no. Not a single one. We work. If money were no object, you could bring in anybody you wanted. If somebody says, okay, we'll bring them in, we'll make sure that they get 6 figures and they can afford to move up here and do the job. So every single employee in this county is underpaid. And a lot of the people are not perfect. I would venture to say every person in this county has flaws. We are all people. We are human beings. We are not perfect. Not a single one of us.
Nobody said she had to be perfect, just qualified.
And when you are hiring, no, we're not just putting a warm body in a chair. We are hiring the best person that we can have at the time that we hire for the price we can pay. And if that doesn't meet your qualifications, so be it. You come and sit in this chair.
I've seen the kind of publication we put out for jobs the last few months. And how hard the effort has been to find qualified people. I question how far we cast our net to find that qualified person. I was licensed architect. I went to 7 years of college. I had to have 3 years an internship before I could even sit for my license. There are some jobs in this country, you have to have that kind of expertise or you're not given the opportunity to design somebody's home. Or build 13-story skyscraper in Austin, Texas. Or do renovations. There are some jobs that require expertise. And when you sit there and say, nobody's perfect. Well, I'm not perfect. And they knew that when I got my first job. But I darn sure had to have the 7 years of education, the 3 years of internships, and the 2.5 years it took me to pass the exam. And so we sit here and we make a mockery of what it takes people to be experts in this world. You would not give You would not go to a doctor and say, please operate on me. I know you don't have a medical degree, but I believe you could learn through this operation. You wouldn't do it. And I'm tired of being insulted by people who say this is the best we can do. And you use the saying, well, we've always done it that way. On one hand, you use it as a liability. On the other hand, you use it as justification. Find the right person. I don't care how long it takes. And if the people you have in the chairs aren't qualified because we have years and decades of evidence that they're not, I don't care who put them in it. I don't care where they came from. Who knows? Maybe if you start advertising now, it takes us 2.5 years. Maybe Ms. Bivens could get a degree in that time. But find somebody with the experience and stop insulting the fact that there are professions in this world that require high degree of education and sacrifice and going by the rules to get us there. It's led us to this place. And it's time we start demanding excellence instead of just whoever we can fill. Nothing against Miss Bivens, but she's not in the right place. And you guys put her there. You oversee Braden. Braden made the decision. I assume he's supposed to talk to you about those things.
Let me bridge this since we can get on.
Please.
Well, Kevin, you're right. It's hard to find people, but we do in this county put a requirement out for all our jobs. And that's what the qualifications are, and you have to meet them. We did it for HR, we've done it for the BOCC admin, we've done it for this position. In our job description for this position, it does say an accounting degree. And so, but in some cases, and it's up to us to make the cut and make the right choice, because you're sure not going to take somebody that can't do the job. And in some cases, you can, and maybe you can in Road and Bridge and get somebody that is working toward a CDL and get him on another job mowing for a while, which is something that does happen. But not all jobs are like that. And so I don't want anybody to leave here that thinks that we just take anybody because we can't get anybody to do the job and we'll train them in it. And I have to agree, we have to find a qualified person. And that's what Lucas is off to, from what I'm hearing, to get on underway. And Lisa is qualified for certain things to do in that department. She's got experience to do things, but she's not a qualified accountant right now, period. That's a given. We know that. And like I said, we didn't have the opportunity because the county manager at the time hired her and didn't come run it by us. He wasn't obligated to it. We gave that authority to him. So
it's kind of the last laugh of the whole situation.
Well, it is, but so let's move forward now, and because I agree with it, we have to have qualified people, and the better qualified, the better the county is.
Can you guys decide that today, that you have the authority to come up with a job description?
Sure, that's
and
what he's gonna do.
Start advertising. Because I know these meetings are the only place you can make decisions like that. To actually.
Or a special meeting. That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct. And we see the urgency here. I do. I'm speaking for me. That's why we grabbed a hold of it like we have, and we're attacking this thing. We're not ignoring it like in the past. Now, I made mistakes because I wasn't smart enough to think, well, it must be the way we did it. Somebody had the authority to give the checks this way. And so we just kept going on. Well, I learned by researching the statutes myself as we went through that job description stuff with the county manager. I learned on a lot of things that I've brought up in the past. It doesn't mean I always win the argument, but you learn as you go along, and you have to follow the law. I agree. And so we're trying our best now. We're going to do it.
So should I have her stick around until you find a replacement, or should I have her pack her bags?
Well, don't be silly. That's silly. That's silly. That's silly.
So it's directed towards the commissioners, so the commissioners will answer. No, I absolutely need her to get us through.
She wants to work here.
Well, that's good. We want her here. I didn't hear anybody say we want Lisa to leave.
Just asking.
That
Did you?
That could be an arguable point there, sir. I have heard that stated.
What?
Not from this table.
I'm not saying anybody said it. I'm asking. Have her stick around until you find a replacement, or she can leave today and you guys can figure it out from there.
No, I need Ms.
respect-
Bivens in
I
the place
respect
where
that.
she's at right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've said that.
I think you know my opinion.
Yes, I do.
Are you done with your audit update?
I think so. Yes, sir.
It's good, because we
Sorry.
got 30 minutes to get over there. New business. Consideration of approving accounts payable. This is the second run of checks.
And this was due to CIC being out a week. And I think there was an internet problem too.
Hey, by the way, thank you, Joy, and thanks.
Thanks, AD. Thanks, Joey.
Thanks,
Jimmy's
Matt.
still there? See you, Jimmy.
He just left.
We'll stick around to the meeting's over.
Any questions on the,
No, you might want to state what it is, and this was something I wish Debbie Adams was here for, because this is an example of the checks being cut. Or being ready to be cut without us giving them once over 10 minutes.
well, you've had it longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
this is the accounts payable second run. And to Lucas's point, because CIC was down and not all the departments were even able to get all their stuff in before they run. Are there any questions?
I'm sorry, which email?
it's on.
Oh, I found it. Never mind.
I guess that would be a
It's-
valid
it's
question,
one that-
or is it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's one that Lisa sent in
Full of
the
bill.
first of the day. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
No, I looked at it earlier.
If you have any
didn't see
questions, I
anything
can
that-
have Lisa come in and answer them.
No, but it's a 31-page document and the total is, grand total was. 71,597.83. The only question I had was, did we get the card straightened up? Sheriff still doesn't have a card.
He should have a card now.
He told me yesterday he doesn't have a
All
card.
right, I'll talk to Lisa about that, but he's the only one that should have a card.
Right.
It only goes to department heads. None of them need a credit card.
And the payroll, when the payroll already put out,
The payroll was, I
Yeah.
believe, but there's some
they, so,
on these, the checks going for the benefits and their social security.
right.
So some of them are on this second one.
Wow, this is $10 stuff.
I would move that we approve the AT report as presented today for $71,597.83.
I'll say.
Discussion.
U-Haul rental for BSO food delivery. Is that a,
He put that in
Recurring.
his report because they rented, in his report today,
Oh,
said they rented that U-Haul to go down and get those food boxes for the veterans.
okay, I got you.
The only other one I had was the DA budget for 23 is $10,441 that we agreed, did we agree to? Was that the balance they asked for? How did that get there? Because you guys were at the meeting, I missed that meeting.
Well, that doesn't take any effect until next year. This year's payments are
Oh,
the
That's,
same.
that
as
may,
what
that
they
was
were
true,
last.
that was that, yeah, that was next year. I thought she still was on the hook, for some things this year.
We have a monthly payment that we make.
Yeah.
That's this payment here.
Yeah.
The meetings we've been having
It seems
for
like
next year's budget.
she didn't come back asking for more, really is the question, because she was squeaking in June about not having enough.
No, she did not get any more this year.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
I don't need.
Any public comment? Go ahead, sir.
I request that the commissioners consider the process of amending the agenda. With reference to last week's meeting.
Is public comment in regards
Just
to
on
the
the
item
AP
on the
stuff.
floor?
Oh, I'm sorry, never mind.
Okay,
Go back.
that will be
Back some
opened up to you here in just a minute. Any public comment on approving the AP report? See nothing on there. Okay, those in favor of approving the AP report as presented for $71,597.83 signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Next item, discussion of selling lots 1 through 3 and 7 through 10, block 126, town of Silver Cliff. This is back on the agenda.
This is the Caston with the deed.
Caston Dick, and the only reason I wanted to clarify process, because in the past, I talked to Kelly about what we had done before. And usually it was first choice, we offered it for a bid, on adjoining, people that adjoin the property. There's only one, in this case is Chuck Rory. Mick and Lori decided to buy the whole block instead of the half lots that they had. And so Chuck, I got Chuck's signature here now on both of them. So that he'd sign it twice in 2 different dates. But so he has no interest in buying it. The other thing I learned too, and talking to him, because I called him back to tell him we're gonna go bid it out, put it out when we thought we were going to. And he said that they had invested a significant amount of money in the survey on the whole piece. It had to be surveyed because it wasn't, the corners weren't real. And so they had a survey, they paid $3,000 or more bucks for. He didn't tell me exactly what it was, which benefited the county and the town of Silver Cliff, because our lots that we want to sell later will run off those pins that they set on the survey for this particular survey. And so it's, they've invested more than just the what did they pay in last time? $500 a piece for the lots that they bought. And they said they recognize this as more, and I don't know what the bid is. He didn't tell me, but, and I don't know, do you have it here now?
We don't have a qualified bid because we haven't advertised it.
No, that's,
because
I know,
the day
I'm
after-
saying, so what I'm pointing out is, I
Okay.
don't know that we need to. I don't think we should, if we're gonna follow what we've done in the past.
But what did we decide at the last meeting?
We said we were gonna do it.
We said we were gonna put it out for
Right.
bid and
And
advertise
then,
it.
but without all the information, that's all I'm saying.
and
Why
then
would we want to advertise? it
What
and
did we
pull it
do the
back?
next day? We had a 3-way phone call.
Right.
And on that
Yeah.
3-way phone call, we were asked to
delay it,
to not do that, and we were actually even asked
so we could discuss
to
it.
just go ahead and award that to Mr. Caston Dick.
No, I said have a discussion if that's what we wanted to do. I didn't say, let's go do it now. I didn't ask for that.
I do not believe that phone call was proper. I believe that violated
All I
law.
asked for was to delay it so we could discuss it in an
I
open
don't-
meeting.
I have a very bad feeling about this process. I think we need to start it over. Kelly Camper, the clerk, was also asked not to destroy the bid that she was directed to destroy during that meeting. To keep that bid to move forward with this.
If we
Even though
decided,
we weren't even putting it out for bid now because we had stopped that. That bid came in before we even discussed selling these lots. The whole process is out of whack. So I believe that if we want to sell these lots, I agree, we need to sell these lots. We agreed last time to go ahead and put it out to bid, and we would give preference to the adjoining landowners. And then we tried to circumvent that and well, I don't know what it is, but I have a very bad feeling about this and I am willing to just put the brakes on. Or if you want to go ahead and sell these lots, I would propose that we continue on as we had discussed prior and it goes out to bid and preferences given to the adjoining landowners, which would be the Caston Dix. And that is my opinion, because
My opinion
I
is-
don't believe that we have done this properly.
My opinion is that it should go to the adjoining landowners for a bid. That's the point.
And so there's only lots 1, 2, and 3 that are adjoining. Lots 7 through 10 is adjoining with Custer.
BLM.
And BLM.
There's no adjoining Custer County. Here.
We own the property next to it, right?
No, it's a block. It doesn't adjoin it there.
Right now, we own all these. We own these.
Right.
We own these.
This isn't adjoining?
It's not
property?
adjoining. It's, there's a right of way through it, a street.
Oh, okay. So these are all
So that-
adjoining. And they spent the $3,000 to survey all of this.
That's right.
All of what, how big is the survey?
It's just,
Was it just for the lots that they're wanting to get?
no, it's the block. It's the whole block.
The whole block, this whole
They
block.
had to do that to straighten up the title. Cause they were off. They were in the middle of the streets. They didn't have it done correctly and they hired the recommendation by Kit Shy, who was the county surveyor, to get, I forget the guy's name that did it, one of the guys that does it up here. And he surveyed it. And I'm not saying we have to prove it today. I'm just saying that that's the process. And I wanted to discuss it so that we follow the same thing we've done in the past. And we had, when we gave them the first choice on the other one, we did the same thing. The adjoining person was Roy. He signed a release that he didn't want
I
it.
just heard 5 minutes ago, we shouldn't do something just because that's the way we've done it in the past. I believe I heard that.
Kevin, quit doing that.
No, I heard that statement, sir. Did I not hear that?
I said, we have a policy. It was not what we've done in the past. It was a policy, Kevin.
Where
And
is
it's
it?
legitimate, and I didn't say it wasn't.
Okay,
You're
so
making.
we have a lot of policies that are not written in. I've been asked to show a written policy for stuff. If we have a policy, show me that policy.
All I know is what Kelly told me we've done.
And I know that we went on a 3-way phone call the day after.
Let's
we
say,
made-
let's
Let
give
me
it some
finish
fun.
now. We went on a 3-way phone
I'm
call
not gonna-
to make decisions directly in opposition of what we decided in a public meeting the day after we made that.
You know what? When
decision.
you make a mistake in a public meeting, doesn't mean you stay with that mistake, Kevin. And you can correct it. And all I'm saying is, I don't want to make that mistake.
Okay,
I
and
want
it
to
doesn't
correct
mean
it.
that you.
And we can
go-
do that.
It doesn't mean that you do it on a 3-way phone call the next day.
We didn't do it in there. We didn't. Did you make a decision to sell it to him? Did you make a decision to sell it to him? I didn't.
Did
I
we
said-
make a decision? We made a decision to tell
To
Kelly.
come back and look at it.
We made a decision to tell Kelly not to post that.
Well, sure, that was,
But she
and that's
was already
something that, so if you wanted to go forward with it, with a dumb decision, whether, and I'm not saying this is critical, but if you make a mistake as a commissioner that's guarding the money and wants to get something done, right, you can
I'm
stop
willing to
it.
show my phone records on that we had a 3-way.
I know, I made the call. I did that on purpose, so that we're all on the same sheet.
The disappointing thing is, if Caston Deeks want the ground, if somebody wants to buy ground, they need to sit there in the
Look,
chair
they're willing
and
to.
bring us all the information, right?
And if-
Because
All right.
we
Listen,
didn't have all the information.
That's right. And so I said, we didn't, and why are we advertising it without that information to begin with? And that's the whole point I made here. I'm not saying we make the decision now, because he offered to come in here whenever we want him. And I said, no, we're not gonna vote on it today. I wanted to get this on the table so that we can do the right thing. If we're gonna advertise it, I think that's the wrong thing. I just wanted to have that discussion. Have him come in here and he can tell you what he's gonna pay for it if we want, and what he's already paid for it. I don't wanna make a mistake.
Well, and I thought there was more that got surveyed so that this block could be surveyed correctly.
They
Right,
had, yes,
so-
they did.
so-
They that's how surveys work. They spin off
Well,
a point,
A point.
and then they go over here and set the pins on this and actually make
So-
it.
So I move that we move this to the 15th meeting. I want to see if we have any resolutions that we've all signed that because we got a 2004 one that, and maybe it's 16 to train our staff. And we're not following those. What else?
Right.
We either need to rescind some resolutions we've made that don't
Before we put them up for bid.
aren't good for us or have changed because times have changed and let's see what does our resolution say? We can go off meeting minutes and thank you, Kelly, for providing those. Because it gave me some background information I didn't have, but what's our resolution says?
Or if we don't have one, let's make one.
Right, exactly right.
Yeah.
And then to say that we're gonna give preferential points after you put a bid out for everybody, how do you do that? I mean, that's just like saying we're not gonna care about the guys that are else are bidding on it. Because we're giving it to Mick and Lauren, because they are the ones that are joining now.
Well, and I feel like it says if the person would have came, any person would come and say, hey, I'm interested in buying these lots, but the titles are messed up and the survey point's all right, that's either on us or the town of Silver Cliff to pay for. If somebody pays.
You would think, and he did, the only reason he did it, because he wanted to get it done, and he volunteered to do that, and he was gonna go back to the Silver Cliff and find, they may get some reimbursement. I don't know, I doubt it, but he's paid for it himself. So I don't, bottom line is, he's the guy that's adjoining.
And that's neither here nor there in the big scope of things, because we didn't ask him to do the survey. He went and did a survey to survey lots that he wanted to buy.
Sure.
That we had no idea we
So,
wanted to sell, and then submitted a sealed bid on lots that we didn't know we wanted to sell. So then we decided to sell them, and the process we were gonna use, and then we went to undo that process the following day. And this whole process has been skewed from the beginning.
Yeah, we need to,
So we're tabling,
we need to get our processes.
That's right.
In order and in line.
Because it was
See if we have a state statute that talks about it, and if we do, or a
Ordinance in
resolution,
there.
and if we do, great, if not, then now is the time to set one.
And I would also reference the fact that our legal attorney, our county attorney, has also spoke on this and said that
it's up to us.
in his opinion, that it should go out to bid.
He gave us two opinions. He gave us both sides, and it's our choice to pick it. We don't have to, we don't work for the attorney.
I do realize that, and you've made that perfectly clear at different times.
Okay, so I second it. Let's go and discuss this and I'll get him here. You can bring up the data.
Okay, it will be on the 15th agenda. Is that correct?
Yes. 15th is what I think.
Okay.
I think it's 15th.
Mid-month agenda.
8. Today's the 8th, 7 days.
Okay. Any additional items of business?
Not from me.
You gotta vote on that.
Oh, we gotta vote.
Thank you. Public comment on the motion on the floor.
Yeah, Kevin, I would like to say so.
On the one that's on the floor?
Yeah, so putting that out to bid, right? Is that what we were talking about?
Yeah.
That's almost like a given. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna leave it at that. That's just that's SOP right there.
Okay.
Period.
Thank you. And that's what the decision was the other day. Now, any other public comment? Nothing online. Those in favor of postponing this item of business until the mid-month meeting signify by saying aye.
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 And everybody said they had no additional items of business.
Correct.
Public comment.
30 seconds.
I'd like to congratulate you guys by going forward. I think we've actually turned a corner and hopefully we're gonna get things hitting on all 8 cylinders.
Tell you want to keep these.
not pointing any fingers, but I think the can's been kicked down the road for a long time. And as the three of you come together and get this thing straightened out, you're gonna be, I think the whole county's gonna really appreciate what you guys are doing. So thank you.
I would comment on the statement you just made as well as one from earlier. You said you're not wanting to point fingers here. That has been done a lot. And I would also state that I would be more willing to accept help. Because that's the term that's been used, offered up. I would be way more willing to accept help if that finger wasn't stuck right on the end of my nose. Because it doesn't seem like help when it's like this. That's my statement.
Yeah, and you're right, Kevin. I
You know,
apologize. The
this is-
the derelict of duty that I see and the incompetence in the precarious position that our leadership in the commissioners is absolutely unimaginable. It's unimaginable. From the Tom Flower Power Hour to all the way to here. You and him rode this horse hard and fast. And I thought you were reckless then and not apologizing for any of the decisions that you guys made. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
No, it has to, no, it's a lot more to do than
No, I
that.
just walked in and I'm sorry.
Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah, he's got the floor.
so I had to respond to you.
Okay.
There is, I gotta hold somebody accountable that was making those decisions, sir.
This is the 1 year anniversary when them talks started.
He's got the floor.
You can have it.
Okay, any other public comment before I close the meeting?
All right, sorry to keep you. I just wanted to comment on the process of amending agendas. Last week's meeting, I was unable to attend, but when I perused the agenda, there was only one possible item on that agenda that I thought might be worth being here for, so I didn't feel too bad about not showing up. Turns out I was wrong. But after watching the YouTube video, the agenda was amended immediately during the process of amending the agenda, and a very controversial to the point of unpleasant discussion ensued regarding this whole thing. Again, basically the same discussion occurred then. And at that time, there were no voices of support for Ms. Bivens or any other person, except possibly Kevin and maybe half of you, Lucas. So my suggestion is, or my request is, that should an amendment to an agenda be warranted that is likely or will provoke significant public discussion, that it be proposed at least 24 hours ahead, so that the public can see this is added and show up at that meeting if they so desire. This past week, that was impossible, and the only people that showed up were the people who were hard and fast on the professional, whatever. I don't even want to go into that. We heard it today. And there was nobody here because we didn't hear about the topic until the amendment was made.
Well, thank you. James. It was brought up in new business at the very end, if I remember correctly. And so you were right, that opened a big topic of discussion that a lot of the community didn't realize was gonna happen, so.
Yeah, I'll offer it as an amendment to the agenda.
I'll try to do my part to keep it to the agenda and not controversial things we need to either make a motion to move to the next agenda or and just not talk about it.
And it did, and I'll agree, it got bigger than it was meant to be. It was an intent on my part, because that was an internal business, piece was how are we gonna handle the audit? Has nothing to do with, or I forget how it was, I have to go back and listen to the tape. But, there's a lot of things we can do, and we've amended the agenda in the past that are able to do without, but if it's a significant one, like you're pointing out, I agree with it.
Yeah, and I will challenge your,
And sometimes we did the wrong thing in the past.
I will challenge your interpretation because you made the amendment and it wasn't supposed to get as big as it was, but why was it then that this entire group of supporters of that position were here and nobody that opposed it was? That's because they knew about it ahead of time and nobody else did.
They had asked to be in here already before, many times.
I
That's why.
frankly don't believe that, so.
Well, whatever. Anyway, you're right.
Anything else?
I would just say that I don't think it's out of line at all for you guys to have each other's back. When you see something, like like what we were just talking about on that topic, if one of you guys recognized that at the time and spoke up, that kind of thing, and going back, which I'm just gonna use this for an example, with Tom Flower and his mistake at that meeting, if a commissioner might have spoke up and said, Tom, you need to mention your wife works for the county, those kind of things, where you recognize something, you're not stepping on nobody's feet, in my opinion,
Oh, I got you. Thank you.
Mhm.
And thank you for being here. Appreciate the citizens' input. And comments and taking the time.
That's important. By the way, the whole point of that is we have no other way to talk together than in a public meeting.
Right.
And even on county management property that you could care less about. The only time we can do it is in this meeting or a special board meeting.
Yeah.
And that's what that intent was.
I understand that did he adjourn yet?
Not yet.
We're trying to. Okay, anyway, we're done.
As you're trying to walk out.
Yeah.
Seeing nothing online, I think we're done in here. I will adjourn the meeting at 3 p.m. Jeff, could you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
I just printed out some stuff for an outline for our next meeting on this small printer. Could you bring that to the three of us, please?
Okay.
It's supposed to start at 3 or 3:30.
3
Where?
at the school.
Where is it in the shop area or over in the main office?
I think in their admin room,
Which is on the
meeting
side
room,
of
over
on
by
the separate
the,
building.
it's the building by the laundry. There should be 3 sheets there. One for each. Thanks, sir.
You bet.
You're applying, aren't you? You're right. So Bill, what I meant was, what I'm trying to get at is if you